Good morning. I'm truly excited to welcome all our speakers and the audience to the KEYNOTE for the first Asymmetry International Symposium, Energies of Attachment Mapping Intimacy Across Art, Science and Ecology. And it's really heartening to see many people here in this freezing morning. So thank you all for coming. My name is Fei Xu, a postdoc researcher here at the KEYNOTE, and I had the pleasure to co-organize this event with my colleague Dr. Vegetal, a senior lecturer in modern and contemporary art. And a bit of the context, this symposium is a continuation of a lecture series under the theme of art and intimacy at the KEYNOTE early this year. And all these events are generously supported by Asymmetry Art Foundation, a London-based independent non-profit dedicated to supporting Sinophone contemporary art. And today's symposium is more closely related to my own research interests. And for my PhD, I have conducted an anthropological study of a Chinese contemporary artist who create artworks with live domestic silkworms. And when I was trying to explore the ethical implications of these cross-species art collaborations, I realized that his activities of raising silkworms for art's sake were deeply embedded into the human-silkworm relationship in terms of the agricultural practice, the domestication history, and the bioscience studies, etc. So throughout my fieldwork, this ecological interconnectedness becomes so tangible for me. And when Vanny and I decided to use intimacy as the anchoring concept for this symposium, I would like to highlight its potential in addressing different modes of ecological relations, especially in times of crisis, because it's been very challenging for us as an individual to sincerely feel connected and relevant to non-human beings and entities, to the virus and the soil, to plants and animals, or the mountains, the rivers, or more abstract, to feel intimate to the so-called ecosystem or the planet. So the key questions this symposium is seeking to respond creatively and critically is how can we make sense of eco-intimacy and make this intimacy sensible and explicit, and also how these intimate relations can affect all the actors involved and continue to reshape the space-time we are inhabiting. So I'm really thrilled to be able to bring together a small group of thinkers and practitioners with their own perspective to address these issues as an artist or curator, or ethnographer, or educator or curator. And we are hoping to unpack the ambivalent dynamics of intimacy, not only its positive connotations of attachment, love, care, attention, but also the associated violence, conflicts, distance, or detachment. And I hope this symposium can initiate a dialogue and conversations across different lines of inquiries, but with a shared concern of cultivating our ecological sensibility. And as you might have noticed, we don't have a very tight schedule for today, and we leave a lot of time for Q&A. So I'm very determined to make a comfortable space for us to feel free to share our thoughts and ideas. So please feel welcome to leave comments, to raise objections, or ask for elaborations. And a few housekeeping things. I think the most important, the toilet is on this floor, and you can also find it on the third and the first floor. And if there is a fire alarm, it will be a real one, and please evacuate immediately. And if you are using social media, please feel free to tag in the KEYNOTE Research Forum team and the Asymmetry Art Foundation. And before we start, a few words of thanks. Huge gratitude goes to our research forum team working behind the scenes, especially our event producer, Akasha, but unfortunately she's not able to attend in person today. And also thanks to the Asymmetry team for their generous and unconditional support as always. And also thank you to our event assistants and digital assistants, Maddie, Sophie, and Victoria for their contribution. And I hope everyone can enjoy today's program. So without further ado, I'm quite happy to introduce our first keynote speaker, Dr. Zheng Bo. Bo is the Associate Professor at City University of Hong Kong School of Creative Media, where he also supervised my PhD and played an important role on my personal academic journey. But I believe he is known by more people as an artist specializing in ecological practice. Through drawing, dance, and film, Zheng Bo cultivates kinship with plants. These relations are aesthetic, erotic, and political. For them, art does not arise from human creativity, but more than human vibrancy. Bo lives in a village on the south side of Lantau Island in Hong Kong, and guided by Taoist wisdom, they grow weedy gardens, living slogans, biophilia movies, and eco-socialist gatherings. These diverse projects, alive and entangled, constitute a garden where they collaborate with both human and non-human thinkers and activists. And this year, Bo is working on the Artist Garden Commission at Jamil Arts Center in Dubai and 3 botanical public birds outside Rockbound Arts Museum in Shanghai. In 2022, they presented a forest dance film titled, in my French, Le Sacre du Printemps, at the Venice Biennale, and Bo received their PhD from the University of Rochester. So now I will hand it over to Zheng Bo, and please join me in welcoming our first speaker.
Thank you, Fisher, and thank you, Winnie. And I'm happy to be back. I think actually the courtyard is the place where I have spoken most actually in my artistic career. So I'm very happy to be back. My brain is not very fast this morning. I mean, like Fisher said, I live in a village. So when I arrived yesterday, I was actually very overwhelmed by the number of humans in this on this island. I also live on an island, so excuse me if I start to say random things. Okay. So I will mainly talk about my practice and share a few thoughts which are quite preliminary. I think this idea of intimacy is exactly the topic that I've been thinking in recent 2 or 3 years, so I was very happy to have this opportunity to hear more and also think together. So I start with 3 things and eco. So let me start with eco. As an artist, this is what I did when I was 20-something, 24. I think. So like most people here, I liked humans. So these are the 2 paintings I did when I was doing my final year project as an undergraduate student. I made a copy of course, Rembrandt. Of course, we're obsessed with European art history. I made a copy of Rembrandt, and then the left is a friend in the fencing team. So I paired them up. Her name is Rachel. So this is how I started as an artist or art student. And then I think now, of course, I'm a different person, a different artist. So I'm thinking how, what has happened. So 2013, exactly 10 years ago, I was asked to join a project in Shanghai. First, I was going there just to look for a place to show video work. And then when I saw this patch of weeds, I was just shocked because this is in the middle of the city. I didn't expect to see this. And the plants just look so vibrant. Yeah, I was looking for a building to show something inside, but when I saw this and when I learned that the organizer of the project was going to get rid of these plants to pave it into concrete, I just thought, okay, maybe I should do something. I'll just claim this as my work so we can keep the plants. So for people who know Shanghai, now this area is called the West Bund. So at the time, you see the huge dome there, the cement factory was moved out of the city. Humans were not very active for 2 or 3 years, so plants could just grow. Then the district government wanted to turn this from a post-industrial area into, from an industrial area into a post-industrial area like many cities. So they wanted to bring art institutions into this area. Now, if you go to Shanghai, I'm sure you go to the West Bund to see the museums. And so I work with the curator. We managed to convince the landowner to keep the plants. I didn't know plants, so I actually worked with a cousin's son who's a landscape architect working in Shanghai. He didn't actually know much about weeds, so he posted pictures online to seek help, and then we managed to identify the plants on this piece of land. And the one in the middle that's marked Jianada Yuzhu Huanghua Canadian goldenrod is a very notorious invasive species in eastern part of China. So this was actually the starting point where all of a sudden I turned from humans to plants. Really, not because of myself, really because of this piece of land changed my trajectory. And I wanted to learn about plants quickly, so I just, I don't know anything, so I just asked people around to tell me about what they know about plants. So we organized a series of lectures online and created an online course to discuss the relationship between plants from all sorts of different perspectives. So we also had on-site activities. So you see two artists, Chen Dianjun, Cao Minghao, they were in last year's Documenta, also doing an ecological project in Chengdu area. So this is 10 years ago. So that's how I started to turn from humans to plants. And I think I was mainly obsessed with weeds because I live in cities. I grew up in Beijing. So in cities, the sign of non-human agency manifests in weeds. So I think that's how, now looking back, I think that's why I was attracted to weeds when I started to think about plants. So then 3 years later, I was asked to join a project in Nanjing. This is the Sifang Art Museum. It's designed by American architect Stephen Hall. And the work are the weeds on the roof of the first floor gallery. So we transplanted weeds onto this roof to form two triangles. And it's actually a lot of work because the roof wasn't designed by the architect to be used. So there's no elevator, so there's actually a lot of human labor involved. Part of the reason to do this was because it's like many cities in China, this area is also being gentrified, right? So you see the buildings being built, the museum is to help to prop up the attractiveness of the real estate. And then when they finish building these sort of middle-class buildings, they will have grass. So the weeds will be gone. So we transplanted them onto the roof so kids at least can come to the museum. It's also ridiculous, right? You have to come to the art museum to see weeds. And there's something, to me, there's something amazing about this project. As a human, I didn't know. Of course, I could have, if I had known more about plants, I would have known. So that, when we started, we decided to do these two triangles to make an abstract work. But after a few years, when I went back, the plants have moved. You can see the structure of the building. So the upper gallery casts shadow. So the plants have moved to where the light is. So the shapes are completely different from the original work. This made me think about how, as an artist, I don't really make the work. I often say now maybe I make at most 50% of the work. Then here in UK, there's a big show. Winnie was also involved at the Cat Sculpture Foundation with Chinese artists. And then, I don't know why, randomly I just decided to do this work to plant a slogan at the entrance of the sculpture park. For people who read Chinese, of course, it says socialism good. This was the slogan that I think it was still around when I was young in China. And this design was the exact design on Tiananmen Square in 1991 when I was in high school. For people from China and also who have visited Beijing, October 1st is our national day, and then we have these huge floral arrangements on Tiananmen Square, and this is one of them in 1991. But we did it slightly differently. We planted the slogan into soil instead of in pots, and then we just left them there without intervention. So 2 weeks later, these weeds started to pop up. So this is 2 weeks later, and this is 2 months later. So weeds actually became more obvious because of the pattern that we humans have created. So what does it mean to say socialism good in a modern human world? This is in northern China. I'm from northern China, but actually most art institutions are centered in Shanghai and southern China. So this was actually one of the rare occasions that I could actually go back to northern China to work with northern plants. You can see these plants look different from southern China. Smaller leaves, more desert survival skills. So we made a small garden for UCCA, which is, they had a new place in northern China. And for people who know this plant, it's called Chengliu, which was mentioned in the first book of poetry. Of course, I didn't know until I started to work with the plants. And also the work was done with local farmers. The institution first brought in landscape architect to work with me, but the landscape architect didn't know local weeds. So I asked the UCCA to find local farmers who actually know these plants. So this is so Feishan mentioned I've been doing 3 works for Raoplant Art Museum in central Shanghai. I want to show them just to sort of think about what has changed over 10 years in Shanghai. So the 3 works for the public space. The first one is actually, the botanical, I'll explain the botanical aspect. The work is called Tree Totem. It's not a botanical work, it's light, using electricity, simple contours of 12 trees. You can see there are no big trees in this area. So the totem becomes something perhaps for the future. Hopefully the city will be changed after a number of years where we will actually have big, massive trees. So the 12 trees, the 11 trees that have been very important in my own life. So starting from acacia, which I'll describe. And then for people who know trees, you see acacia, you see the redwood tree, you would see olive and Araucaria and a beech tree and also eucalyptus, etc. So these are the trees that I have met in my life so far. And then the very top tree is a tree that I'm still hoping to meet. And we also planted ivy at the bottom because I'm actually very ambivalent about this work. So the ivy will roll up and gradually cover the work. I don't know why I decided to make this. Maybe it will become clear in a few years. The second work in this public space is what the title is 百草园. So for people who speak Chinese, you immediately know this comes from an essay written by Lu Xun in 1920s, which he talks about it's a place with a bunch of weeds, but it was his paradise as a child. So in English, it's called the Garden of 100 Weeds. So these planters are on wheels, so they can be moved, and I work with a local NGO to transplant about 60 kinds of local weeds into the pots. So you can see this is kind of acceptance of these plants after 10 years. So when I started in 2013 in the West Band, we managed to save the plants there, and then after a few years, the museum came in and got rid of the plants. So now if you go to West Band, you see landscape, normal standard landscape. And then they took me, and also I think it took the city 10 years now to finally accept these weeds in a central place. So I'm quite happy that it's not ideal. Of course, there are many limitations, but I'm quite happy the city has moved. Now we can have this in the center of the city. So I'll quickly just show, this is another work. I mean, it's a different direction. So we're recreating a nursery that was the most important nursery in Shanghai in the 1930s and 40s. So these plants look, in Chinese we'll say a bit 土, 老土. Right? So as many people know, plants are also fashionable in cities, and younger generation keep moving to the most trendy plants. So what does it mean to have to recreate a nursery from 100 years ago when Shanghai was just starting to become a metropolitan city and plants start to come in, but the colors are not the same colors as we like today. So that's on plants. So it took about 10 years to get to where we are. And those are quite safe works. I would say that I'm able to show it in China. So I'm getting into a section where I'm not able to show in some places. So the second one on queer, I was in Taiwan in 2016. I went to the Taipei City Museum. They were doing a show on Japanese artists who came to Taiwan in the 20th century. As people here would know, Taiwan was a colony of Japan since the 19th century. Japanese artists came to Taiwan, and many of them were attracted by flowers and plants. So there's an album from 1920, Japanese artist Gobara Koto painted this album called 离岛名华见, a series of tropical flowers. Of course, as humans, we're attracted to tropical flowers. But when I walk around Taiwan, I see ferns. So if I'm sure people who have been to Taiwan would have noticed that you would see these ferns everywhere, even in the city. And if you go to a restaurant, local friends will most likely suggest you this dish, which is the young fronds of the bird's nest fern. In Chinese, in local language, it's referred to as shansu. So this is 小鱼炒 shansu. I'm sure you can find it in a Taiwanese restaurant, maybe even here. So we see ferns everywhere, we eat them, but they are not in the Taiwanese cultural history for the past 100 years. So I worked on that, and then as someone who is new to Taiwan, I wanted to have a way to really connect to the place. But I was thinking, I wasn't so happy with, kind of the research-based practice. So I was thinking, how can I really get closer to the ferns, to really feel them and perhaps go beyond what I can just see. So I just thought, okay, let's make a porn film with ferns. Earlier in my career, I was also obsessed with pornography and also did a work called Watch Porn, Learn English. So that's something. That's one of the ongoing interests of my work. So I said, let's just make a film, and I happened to meet someone on Tinder, and he told me he runs a theater club in the local university. I said, okay, let's have coffee, and then it turned into a work session. He helped me to find 13 local people who could join the project. So I chose 6. So that's how we went to this place. I always say it's more beautiful than anything an artist can create. It's a forest not too far from the city, Mokong, if you ever go to Taipei. It's a place famous for tea and hiking. And you see ferns on top of the trees and also on the ground. Of course, many ferns are epiphytes. And I was brought there by a scientist who studies ferns, and I just thought this is the most beautiful place I've seen in Taiwan. 6 guys, we tried things. It's the first time, so we don't really know what we can do. So we tried things, and then it was okay. And then 2 years later, so let's try something a bit more. So second chapter of the film, this guy was having sex with a bird's nest fern and then starts to eat it, just like the dish that I already described. And there's also a little bit of history to this. The actor was very active in the independent theater. For people who know Taipei, you will know 牯岭街小剧场. So he came to Taipei from Tainan when he didn't even finish high school. And then he joined the independent theater. And he was actually trained in a theater school that was started by the first AIDS person in Taiwan in the 1990s. So the person who was the first person who was diagnosed with AIDS, he was kicked out of school. He started a theater company. This theater company still runs today. And then they also work with handicap community. So there's a history why this work can happen. So this was done in 2018. I think if there's no such history, I wouldn't meet this actor. And then the following year, I met 3 people who are into BDSM, so we decided to try to work with the ferns. And then I realized there's, I don't know if people know, there are actually ferns with very thorny stems. I didn't know that until we brought the BDSM topic up. Then the next chapter was I was thinking about BL, which is a very popular comic theme. And what does it mean to have younger guys with younger leaves? And last one, I was interested in the spores, the microscopic part of the plant. And since I mentioned spores, when I made the film, some friends said, "Oh, this is a queer film." I just thought that's puzzling, because how do you know it is human having sex with plants? Then I realized actually perhaps it is a queer film, but not because of the humans, it's because of the ferns. So for people who know ferns, they go through 2-generation sexual life. So from the top, the brown spore gym, it spreads spores. So one generation produces spores. The spores grow into a small leaf-like plant, and then that will produce eggs and sperms. And then the eggs and sperms will meet, and then they create the next generation, which is the plant that we normally see as ferns. So one generation creates spores, and one generation creates eggs and sperms. So how do you call it? Is it, of course, it's not heterosexual, it's not gay, you maybe non-binary, but definitely queer. So I started to think about, okay, maybe that was the reason I made the film, to really get to know the sexuality of these plants. So it's always in retrospective. And then a few years later, I was just randomly looking at something online and saw these YouTube videos of bees having sex with orchids. This is called pseudo-copulation. You can find it easily on YouTube. I thought, this is just what I'm doing. An animal, a kind of animal having sex with plants. So nature has already done things that I'm doing, my most popular work. Nature has predated maybe by millions of years. But of course, as humans, when we look at this, we often assign different agency. In most situations, when we meet plants, we assign more agency to animals. But interestingly, in this situation, scientists and most humans assign agency to orchids. So scientists always say the orchids have evolved to dupe the bees into having sex with them. So these bees are often called something like orchid dupe bees. But how do we know? The younger bees, when they actually do hump orchids, they leave semen. I'm sure they're enjoying it. I'll skip this. So I also started to think about, maybe beyond the sexual queerness, when we think about a forest, whether there are other things that are perhaps politically queer. So I started to make this film called The Political Life of Plants in a beech forest in Grimseen, Brandenburg in Germany. And also, in order to understand the politics of the forest, I bring in scientists to do conversations in the forest. So you see me talking to a soil ecologist. So one thing I start to think about is how plants practice politics, not with what we usually associate with politics, using language, the way I'm talking now, and also the way we often conceive, how parliamentary politics work and how voting works as human behavior. But when the forest practice politics, perhaps trees, moss, animals, etc., they practice politics with their bodies. They change their bodies. They don't just change their behavior. And of course, this is something that queer theorists have talked about. long time ago. So this is Publics and Counterpublics by Michael Warner. Precisely on this idea that queer politics often manifests as performance with our bodies. And I'm also influenced by this amazing scientist book called Honeybee Democracy, scientist at Cornell, who also thinks about the non-human world along with our political language. As people here would know, bees, when they need to move, they go scout different locations, and then they report back, and then the community vote by dancing. So let me go to intimacy. So the Taiwan film starts with the idea that I heard from a friend from Malaysia, actually, when I was an undergraduate student. She said, the way to get to know someone quickly is to have sex. But I also start to think about maybe that's a very short, quick way, but perhaps there are also many other ways to cultivate intimacy. I think what the virus allowed me to do is to stay on the island, finally not traveling. So I would be able to go up the hill behind the village. And every day I will go up, and then I would sit down and draw some plants. So this became a daily routine since the spring of 2020. So I was able to just go every day, look at some plants, and then gradually know my plant neighbors. And it's much easier to get to know a place over time. A little bit every day, then I will start to see things, and then I start to smell things, and start to hear things. So if you notice, if you look closer, you see butterflies resting in the morning. So I did this for a year, and then now it's much harder in the post-COVID period. I start to travel again. I start to get tempted by other projects. I'm hardly home. So the virus actually let me do something. Of course, it's also tragic for many places, but I'm sure many people also enjoy the quiet time. In 2021, I also just by chance, I went to this forest in Sweden to work with pine trees. Like I said, I started with weeds in the city, then I started to work with ferns in Taiwan. And when I knew that I was going to work with pine trees, I was actually quite nervous. Because these trees are massive. They live such long lives, much longer than us here. And also their scale is just beyond human scale physically. So for the whole summer, I was in Berlin doing an exhibition. Every day I would bike around, I would look at trees in Berlin, thinking, what can we do? How can we have sex with trees? I couldn't come up with anything, because it just seems so beyond us. And when we got to the forest, in the morning, I worked with the dancers to try different things. Nothing seemed to make sense. And during lunch, all of a sudden I remember someone said, maybe if you think about trees, their physiology is a bit opposite to ours, because the root network is sort of more like our neural system, where you have a lot of connections, information, of course not linguistic, but more chemical information being exchanged. So it's as if the brain is in the soil and then the body is up. So I just said, let's, I said, oh, let's just turn our bodies upside down. And after lunch, the dancers turned their bodies upside down, and I just thought, that's it. That just somehow feels right. And I think I only know afterwards, there are probably many reasons. One, we turn our body upside down, we stop using our eyes so much. We start to activate our other senses. We are much closer to the soil, so we start to smell things. And also we can move our bodies, but we can't walk away, like trees. And then the following year, I went back to the forest, and then we continued to work on this. And then something I realized is this sense of gravity that's such a basic feeling on our planetary life, but we never think about it until we turn our body upside down. And then we realize trees are massive beings, and then they have to work against gravity to grow towards the sun. So only when we start to try to relate to other beings, we start to actually understand how we live. This is a work I did earlier this year in the desert outside of Sharjah in UAE. This tree is amazing. It rains 2-3 days a year. The tree lives in the desert, about 5 meters above ground, and about 30 meters underground. So I wanted to spend more time with the tree, so we had 2 dancers, one from the Philippines, she grew up in Dubai, and the Zayn, the male dancer who just came to Sharjah from Syria a few months ago. So we spent a week there with a tree, creating this dance. The tree is very thorny to protect itself, but the leaves are actually edible. And if you walk in the desert, of course, you understand how important shading is. So having a tree gives the hope of shade and food. And also this tree has always been important in human history. Some of the early coffins in Egypt were made with this tree. And then the Ark of Covenant is supposedly made with the acacia wood. There's also a painting in the British Museum showing the Hopi delivering the love letter between Queen Sheba and Solomon. And the bird Hopi sits on this acacia tree. So perhaps early on we have always understood love is always more than human. We wouldn't have this love story if there were no Hopi or acacia. And then just when we were about to leave, a group of sister camels came in. So what does it mean to work on these things as artists? This is a place I visited very often when I was studying in the US. A good friend lived in this area, Santa Rosa, for some people might know. In California, that was heavily burned a few years ago. I live next to the ocean, so we always have plastic trash on the beach. May not be this bad. And I love corals, but this is what we often see these days. So what does it mean to work in this day of the planet. So there's a review of my work on The Guardian 2018. I'll just quote the critic. The actual fortification remained off screen, but there was plenty of rhythmic bucking and shoving. I didn't wait for the money shot, if there was one. Talk about a rumble in the jungle. I had no idea if this is meant to be funny or made in deadly, desperate urgency. Zhang's video is one of the silliest contributions to Manifesto 12, perhaps of any manifesto I have ever seen. This is 2018. And earlier, last year, 2022, about the work in Sweden. But if pleasuring yourself in or with the woods is somehow being proposed as the model for the earth activism we need now, that starts to lose me. That starts to make it seem as if the allure of posthumanism represents the global intellectual classes in despair about the possibility for human action to affect the problems weighing on the world, taking refuge in magical thinking. I think to me the central notion here is human action. Of course, we want to stop the climate emergency. We want to slow down, or if possible, stop the sixth mass extinction. But how do we do it? Do we still think about human action alone? And what is action? Is dancing action? Is having sex action? And do we have to always think about addressing the problems that we have created precisely because we are so anthropocentric? We continue to think, to find the solutions in the anthropocentric form. I often think about Taoism these days, and a key phrase that came up this morning I was thinking is 感 or 后应. So roughly it says we sense and then we respond. I think often these days we just don't sense things on the planet and then we act. We don't sense and respond. So perhaps I do think it's not intellectual fantasy. I think in order to address the emergencies that's going to kill all of us and also dragging billions of other beings down, is precisely to dance with trees and perhaps let camels watch. Thank you.
I think we have around 20 minutes for Q&A. If you would like to have some feedback to Jimbo's talk.
I know we run out of time. So.
No, we have still 20 minutes. So you can raise your hand and we will hand the microphone to you so that everyone can hear you. Maybe I will take the privilege as a moderator to ask a first question that may be more relevant to the third part of your talk. But I just wonder, as an artist, are you regarding your art practice primarily as a ways of self-education and self-cultivation, or are you also trying to amplify or advocate a kind of or a ways of living or an artistic lifestyle, things like that? Or how would you envision your impact to people who see your works or participate in your in your projects?
I do think about cultivation and self-cultivation. I think for people who are familiar with Chinese philosophy, self-cultivation was a central pursuit of both artists and intellectuals. So this Chinese term, xiu. And I think that's what, I have friends here in Los Angeles as a gardener. So I think for people who garden, of course, the idea to cultivate and self-cultivate is one of the same thing. My life is so short, and the trees that we meet in the Swedish forest, 600 years old, and then if you go to some parts of China and many different places, you meet trees that are 1,000, 2,000 years old. And I don't know how long I have to live, but I think I will only learn a little bit in this life, and I don't know what I'm doing is is really creating impact. I think that's something perhaps not the right mindset these days for me. I do, I should say I do feel I'm very grateful actually to do these projects because it does allow me to learn a bit more in this life. I think if I don't do these projects, my life will be quite boring. Yeah.
Thank you. You can raise your hands and
So thank you. I found it really moving. I think everyone did at the end. When you were talking about climate change and how that overshadows everything that we're doing now, including artistic practice and many other aspects of life. And you talked about how dancing under the tree and might be the best way forward, or something that we can do as a non-anthropocentric way of responding to the crisis. But also wanted to, if you could track back a bit, because you left one question hanging in space a little bit, which was really fascinating for me, and that is when you were talking about socialism good work, you also posed a rhetorical question of what would it mean to think about socialism good from an ecocentric or plant-centric point of view, and just wonder whether that could also be part of the answer that we need to think about, to also think about the kind of structures in which all of these things are happening, and because thinking about socialism and thinking about plant agency is also a way of thinking about different systems and ways of organising economically, socially, and so on. So maybe if you could just say a little bit about how that work could also be read, not just in a sort of political way, as a political commentary in terms of the past, but also in terms of thinking about the potential of a socialism which doesn't just keep plants very tightly, neatly ordered, but allows weeds to grow.
I'm laughing because you're the expert. Right? You might share more comments. I think what comes to my mind is, I think at the end of what your comment, I think you're more hinting at the actual form of socialism that we had. But I have to say, I grew up in Beijing in 1970s and 80s, and I'm still quite attracted to the idea of equality. So I talk about this, right? So if I often think about the positive legacy of socialism, the socialist period in China is the sense of respect and equality, and also leisure in many ways. So my parents, for example, my father was very into collecting stamps, and my mom was, both were teachers in high school attached to a factory. But my mom also participated in like ping pong contests, etc. There's a cinema. The cost is very low for all the people who live in the factory town. So there's, I would say there's a sense of play. Of course, there are many negative things about the period. But there's this, to me, I think for me, again, the positive things would be mutual respect, equality, and pleasure, and playfulness. And I think that's perhaps what I'm thinking about in a more than human way these days. I did a work that, called You Are the 0.01%. I often, when I teach in Hong Kong, I often ask students to calculate how many months they have to work in order to accumulate the wealth of Li Ka-shing, the richest person in Hong Kong. It's a million years for an undergraduate student. Starting from human evolution. So, but if we look beyond the human, there's scientific research. There was an article on a few years ago published calculating the percentage, the distribution of biomass on the planet. We humans together account for 0.01% of the total biomass, but we take over 50% of the land. We use 30% of the primary production. So if we look beyond the human, we are all likely detached. So I think that's what I'm thinking about these days.
Thank you, Dr. Zhang, for your amazing presentation. I think it's very touchy and related to every one of us. And I really love the way how you talk about your project in different parts, eco and queerness and intimacy. And it intrigued me for my question is that, could you talk a little bit more about how you relate, as in your presentation, you talk about these three topics separately. I wonder how you've related all of them together in your work, and could you share a little bit more how you did that? And my second question would be, more specifically about queerness, because I'm researching on queerness right now. So the second question would be, how do you think queerness plays a role in responding to the current situation as we are all in this ecological crisis, and how you think you are using queerness as a aesthetic response or a political message, or more importantly, a theoretical framework, or so, for example, as a response to the post-humanism you just mentioned in the Art-Critic article. Thank you.
I think I'll say something about the second part of the question, which is actually related to the first part. I think now, when I walk in a forest, I see plants, I see insects, snake, etc. They're all weird if you look closely. Right? If you look at anything closely, it's queer. I mean, that's the original meaning of the word. So I think now when I think about, when I start, of course, I started with a very sexual relationship, but now I think often about queerness, I think we perhaps really have to expand the notion. Not only beyond the human, but also what does queerness mean? I'm not I haven't really sort of thought very systematically about this, but I think you already suggested. I mean, in your question, that perhaps there's for us not only the behavior, etc. It's really the aesthetics of queerness. But this aesthetics come just from what we have done as humans, where the queer aesthetics actually really come from many other beings. And, for example, if you look at a plant like this, what is the form the aesthetics of the plant suggests to us? And whether there's something, perhaps, once we really, I don't know how, it's a question I'm thinking these days. How do we get out of the, I started with Rembrandt, right? So we, as also perhaps this is art history place at art school. So how do we really move beyond just seeing aesthetics in the art historical tradition? And how does, not only queerness, but also aesthetics become more than human? I don't know. I think this is something perhaps it would take many of us, and perhaps not us humans alone, to come to some understanding. So that's precisely something, I think that's what I'm starting to think about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And first of all, I really love the pornography work on that
We all do.
having sex with plants, and it's sort of like turning the image into silence. And for me, I think this work, erotic value of plants having sex, is beyond the human, like having sex and eroticism when it's like a metaphor in human life. But when plants having like sex, it's actually turning to silence. They speak no language, language only for human. It's sort of for me like a symbolic transgression, and because like sex, eroticism, it's like a taboo or transgression itself. For human, it's like a secret or unsayable, shameful secret. So I'm just wondering, like, is there any political meaning you could expand on this work about, like, and the unsayable transgression or like virtual meaning between human and plants?
Many things, but I actually one thing that comes to mind is, I think that's why, that's why we all like sex, because we don't use language, or we use other forms of language, right? So we use more chemical language. I'm of course, I'm still using language, but I often feel these days that, if I rely less on this audio textual thing that we have invented, I will sense more things. So now, I'm really into smelling flowers, and if I see a flower, then I'll trust, I'll make effort to go close and then smell, because I think I will remember the smell so much better than its name. I think we do have these very strong senses. Why do we always just rely on the linguistic form? I think that's why I mentioned 感而后应. So we did understand. That's how we start.
Maybe we can take two more questions.
you. Well, thank you for this beautiful presentation. I was reminded a little bit of Annie Sprinkle and Beth Stevens' work. So,
Thank you for mentioning it.
so this kind of
It gave me a chance to promote my book.
I think that there's a kind of movement in this eco-sexual aesthetics. So I'm sorry that there are some art critics that don't see the value of intimacy as a way of teaching kinship and teaching about nature. But on the other hand, I'm grappling with the question about consent. So it's kind of a normative statement to say that it's a good way to get to know people by having sex, or that we all like sex because we don't need to rely on language. I'm wondering in this kind of multi-species engagements, if there's any kind of ritualistic, respectful way of asking for consent for plants and soil and stones to have these intimacies with us.
Thank you for mentioning Annie Sprinkle, because there's a conversation between me and Annie Sprinkle and Beth Stevens in this book that was published earlier this year. So, so in this book, there are 6 conversations with different people I really respect, including, including with T.J. Demos, which actually talks, the debate is actually on precisely action and inaction, right? So people who are familiar with Professor Demos' work would know he's written very important works on political activist works, mainly in the U.S. So I think there are many different questions that we're all still trying to think through. But the second part of the question, maybe that's actually a good place to stop, because I often get asked by this, and then I get very annoyed by this question. So I used to say, do you eat plants? I'm sure you are going to eat plants, right, for lunch. But now, after a while, I start to have a better answer. I'll type it, and it's easier to remember for Chinese readers. So this is actually, this is from Dao De Jing, okay, a 5th century text. So there's a whole long sentence, and this part says, when you lose Tao, you start to turn to ethics. I'll leave it like that.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Wendy Teo, and I'm the senior lecturer at Modern Contemporary Art in Ecology. Welcome. Thanks very much for coming. So I'm very pleased to be able to introduce the first panel, which is titled "A Bonding with Land and Earth," although it's a different kind of bonding than the one we saw this morning at Zheng was introducing in his work. However, the 3 papers that are going to be presented today are cohered by their engagement with assemblages of kinship and the traffic promotion and intensities of energy across space and time, material, immaterial, and the human, mechanical, and mineral, drawing attention to the precarity of intimacy and the ambivalence of care. So I would love to introduce begin by introducing our first speaker, Mia Yu. Mia Yu is a Beijing-based art historian, curator, and educator. Her research interests include Asian geopolitics, energy politics, and the Anthropocene from the perspective of Northeast China. Mia was the winner of the Yishu Award for Critical Writing on Contemporary Art, the recipient of the Tate Asia Research Travel Fellowship, and the CCAA Art Critic Award. She is on the jury committee for the Hyundai Blue Prize for Emerging Curators, and as an adjunct professor, she has lectured at the China Art Academy, China Central Art Academy, Xi'an Art Academy, Beijing University. And in 2021, Mia initiated a long-term curatorial project titled The Anthropocene North, that is focused on ecological entanglements and sensibilities from the perspective of Northeast Asia. Her talk today is titled Mediating the Feral Assemblage Drone as a Sentient Being. And Mia will be speaking for about 25 minutes, and we'll have time for probably one question after that, followed by the next speaker who will do the same, and there'll be a panel discussion at the end, about 15 minutes. So really welcome your questions, and please join me in welcoming Mia.
Hello. Thank you, Lenny, for the very generous introduction, and thank you, Hui Xuan, for such a brilliant conception of conference that brings many of the threads in our practices together. And I feel this is such an honor to be on this platform that you give us a way that all our resonance, all our practice can resonate together. I've been working on this project for about 2 years, and I feel this project keeps evolving. Just last month, I came to UCL to give a talk at the Socialist Anthropocene invited by Ruben. And since then, this project has been evolving. So today I will talk about from a very different angle. So when I read this conference introduction, I was very much struck by the first sentence, that is how intimacy channels profound energies to repair epistemological frictions. And this idea of energy is quite important to me. So I like to begin by asking, how can we understand energy on multiple dimensions? Materialistically, metaphorically, epistemologically. So as an art practitioner, how can we activate energy as a form of care, healing, reciprocity, and through artistic practice on the damaged planet? So in my talk, I will engage my ongoing research and filming practice on the ruin of China's historical oil plant, to explore the possibilities of enmeshing human, non-human agents, feral archives, drone technology, and a post-natural landscape in a fluid, amorphous form of intimacy. So first, let me introduce my broad research framework and this research site that I've been working on. My work is situated in this fluid space between art history, media, environmental media, curatorial practice, and artistic practice. Oftentimes, I don't know how to call myself, a historian or curator, or sometimes I feel I'm more like a community organizer. Sometimes I'm more of an artist. So I'm wearing many hats, but at some point, I feel I want to inhabit in many different ways of mediums and modalities, because the project I work on, different aspects of project needs different ways of manifestation. So my research is anchored on a very specific region, which in Chinese is called Dongbei, which literally means northeast. It refers to this northeasternmost provinces in China, and it has a kind of historical name called Manchuria, which refers to a broader region of Northeast Asia with more historically fluid borders. So the region of Dongbei, northeast or Manchuria, has a distinct modern history, being the ancestral home of Manchu ruler of Qing Dynasty. A large part of Dongbei was physically sealed off from the late 17th century to prevent the influx of Han Chinese immigrants from polluting this sacred land. However, the construction of China's Eastern Railway Company, Eastern Railway from 1897 to 1903, by the Russian Empire, brought railway modernity to this region. And the railway, which is a part of the network of a Trans-Siberian railway, linked Chita to Vladivostok and Port Arthur, which is Lushun port in China today. So you can see there's a T-shaped railway comes to this region. So after Japan won the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, Japan won the southern branch of this railway, and they established a company called the Manchurian Southern Manchurian Railway Company, Mantetsu. So since then, various extractive infrastructures have been developed by Japan using modern technologies. So my research especially pays attention to these various historical sites of resource extraction and energy production in Dongbei, such as coal mine, oil refinery, hydroelectricity power station infrastructure, and even including today's nuclear facilities. As you know, by looking at this network of extraction, I'm also interested in the ecological assemblage that linked human and more than human and infrastructure together. It's important to point out that this is my home region, and for a very long time, ever since I was a kid, I tried to escape because it's literally the Rust Belt of China. If you are a good student, you leave. However, it's a kind of a recent interest in intellectual pursuit, rather, in pluralizing Anthropocene brought me back to my home region. So during COVID, Zhengbo stayed on his island, and I went home. I went to Dongbei and stayed on industrial ruins. And I developed comfort and intimacy with the damaged nature, something that I had never imagined. So a key focus. So this is the the rural and a key focus in this broad region is a city called Fushun. Fushun is about 40 kilometers east of Shenyang. Shenyang is my hometown, it's the largest city in that region. Although it's very close to my city, I never even thought of going there when I was growing up. However, the first time I went there, I realized this is such an important place. However, has been marginalized and forgotten by the most of China, basically, and the world. So Fushun is Asia's earliest and one of the largest heavy industrial complex. It's centered on fossil fuel extraction with one of the largest open pit coal mine, which you see on the right side, and also has the earliest synthetic oil plants on the north. And so basically all these infrastructures, industries were developed by the Japanese colonial forces in the early 20th century. And up until 1945, Japan has extracted about 800 million tons of coal and shale oil from the city alone. So after 1949, this city served as a backbone of industrial modernization for socialist China. So just quickly go through a few sites we are looking at. So this is the biggest mining pit. There are a few of them. This is the largest. It's I think it's a 7.8 kilometer long and 2 kilometer wide. The deepest point is 400 meters. It has been excavated by the Russian and then Japanese and then the socialist China for 118 years. Up until 2019, the mine ceased operation. There's still plenty of coal, but the earth has been shattered so much, so the land has been basically sinking. So if you keep digging, the whole city will collapse. If I go back to this map, you can see that just north of this mine pit, that's the city center. From the pit to the city center is less than 2 kilometers, and the city has 1.5 million people. So another site, so this is kind of a film still. It's impossible to look at the mine in totality, so I have to try filming different angles. So the city was also surrounded by mine tailings. Basically, these are the mining waste. So these are the waste rocks when you process them from the mining process. It still contains coal, but also has a lot of sulfur and other minerals. So they basically piled up and formed some small mountains surrounding the city, and pretty much part of the city. Because it still contains coal and it become pressed together, it just smolders. So in the wintertime, the land, smoke come out of it. This is a land that constantly burns underground. So this is the mine tailings has been covered by vegetation. However, the landscape changed radically. This is I filmed in February. Before it was covered by weeds. And then there are people cultivating on the mine tailings. But this February, I see it has all been cleared out, and they are planting the stumps for the solar panel. So, and this is the mine subsidence area. Basically, this is a geological disaster occurs when the earth has been weakened or hollowed out by the underground mine excavation. So the buildings keep sinking and underground water poured in. And on the northern edge of the mine is an oil plant, which I will focus later. So Fushun is not just a story of a coal, it's also a story of a petroleum. The Japanese, using German technology, and found a way to extract shell oil from oil shell in 1928. And this plant was founded to process shell oil. And after 1949, this becomes the first oil refinery for the socialist China. And when Daqing, China's first oil reserve, was discovered in Heilongjiang, this factory also processed Daqing's crude oil and also produced many petrochemical products like paraffin, etc. So as you can see, Fushun's landscape really epitomizes the Anthropocene. And currently, so this is demolition, and currently there are various renewable energy projects, such as this one. This is a kind of pumped storage hydroelectricity project that used to store green energy. So as we can see, there's entanglement of the renewable energy projects are often on top of or in adjacent to the ruins of fossil fuel extraction. And the entanglement of temporalities, visualities, and materialities are quite fascinating. So my field research in Fushun in the past 2 years have helped me to conceptualize my approach to energy through two kinds of energy spheres. One is extractive sphere of energy. The other is the cosmic sphere of energy. So the first one, what I call extractive sphere, it consists of extractive infrastructure, industrial facilities, industrial debris and waste, now all integrated into the landform. And basically, we're looking at two large facilities that Japanese left to Manchuria. One is a Fushun Colliery, and the other is a Fengman hydroelectricity power station built by Japan in 1943. So the extractive sphere leaves us with a technologically transformed landscape and a programmed earth that is often in the state of ruin. And Dongbei, being part of this energy sphere, is where nature has been systematically transformed by extractive technology and mediated through machinic visions since early 20th century. So I would argue that train and photography were two technologies at the earlier 20th century that mediate Dongbei's landscape under such machinic vision. I wouldn't elaborate because this is going to be another lecture, but I just go through some images. Like this is the, after Russia built the railway, they have photographers embedded in the railway kind of a building team. And once the railway completed, they have this, produced this monumental photo album. And this is the Japanese photographer often use the train window as a viewpoint to look at the various landscape and also the resources. This is Japan's Asian Express train. Yeah. So, and this is a Japanese modernist photographer, Fujikami Hakuyo, who was actually a state photographer for Manchukuo, and he did many photos in Fushun, and he turned his camera to the sun. So for Fushun, such machinic landscape is often associated with some kind of aerial vision, which is understandable because the scale is simply, too huge. It's beyond human scale. So while the aerial vision presents a spectacular technological sublime, there's also, we have to also understand there is another kind of vision that is associated with this. That is the stratifying vision on the underground. Yeah, so various aerial visions from the map to postcards. I wouldn't go into details, but here I want to talk about there's this stratifying vision for the underground. According to Victor So, in 1905, Japanese authority published a massive survey of Manchurian's underground sources, and it includes a 400-page section on mining with details on gold, silver, iron, coal deposits, and all illustrated with hand-colored maps. And this is reorganizing human perspective on nature and produce a so-called vertical territory, a new way of seeing that visualize the inner structure of a landscape. At the same time, also calculate economic and political value inherent in the earth. So anyway, so in I jumped to 1962, a very famous Chinese ink painter from southern China, Fu Baoshi, and he was sent to have a sketching tour in Dongbei. And here we have an esteemed 60-year-old ink painter from the south who used to paint misty mountains. And now he has to paint the machinic landscape of a northern coal mine. Yeah. And instead of painting the mine pit, he painted a mining mountain with a stratification. So, this is actually the first restaurant that I went to in Fushun in my very first research trip, and I was stunned to see this image because for me, this is a scarred earth. This is a negative image of the Anthropocene, but here it's actually celebrated. And I talked to the waitress and people around me, and they talk about this image with such a warm feeling. They talk about their parents working in the mine, various human memories, the certain angle they can see this mine from their apartments. And someone told me this is a local Fushun artist, and he said he went to search fossils, and then he found a small seashell. And at the time he was breaking up with his girlfriend, so he presented that seashell as a goodbye gift. Because the meaning is 曾经沧海难为水. But anyway, however, today I'm jumping to a new technological view that is currently used on the post-mining landscape, which is drone technology. And the Chinese government's the current 5-year plan charted out China's roadmap to carbon neutrality by 2050. And the state strategies building so-called ecological civilization, 生态文明, also goes hand in hand with another state strategy, that is 振兴东北, revitalizing 东北. So according to this 5-year plan, you will have to turn the mining waste, the mountains in Dongbei into like a solar farm, wind farm, and remediate all the mining pits into eco parks, etc. Industrial drones with a LiDAR sensor, 3D modeling, volumetric measurements, they are frequently used for the land survey and to remediate this mine pit and cover the mining waste mountains with the solar farms. So I see drone and sensing technology are very much part of the historical continuum of the machinic vision associated to resource extraction in this energy sphere. So, okay, I talked so much about the first energy sphere, and the second energy sphere is what I considered as a sphere, cosmic sphere of energy. And if the first energy is a power derived from extracting resources, this second energy is more cosmic force of qi or qi yun, rhythmic vitality, mythology, hybrid forms of shamanism, which is quite prevalent in this region, folk cosmology, alternative knowledge, and all this that connect species, matter, media, atmosphere, and the cosmos. So if the first one is based on extraction, the second one I hope is more generative and based on this relationship of intimacy with the 10,000 things. So while technology is so inherent in shaping, mediating, codifying our relationship to the landscape of Anthropocene, especially in Dongbei, is it possible to engage technology to evoke emotive, affective kinship? And what are the possibilities of enmeshing modern human agents, technology, and nature in a more fluid form of intimacy across different energy spheres? Can we use technology to generate energy as a form of a healing? So I'm aware of a drone as an aerial embodiment of controlling eye, detached apparatus, connect power, etc., etc. But I still like to try out if I can have an aesthetic approach to the drone. Yeah, so as for me, I work a lot with the drone. I use a lot. It's a very important research tool. The scale is so colossal, and also many sites are forbidden. This for sure is owned by 2 or 3 massive state-owned enterprises. Basically, you are dealing with the state. Everywhere belongs to the state. So I don't have access to many places, but the drone has. So using a drone is also a way to negotiate a boundary. And I work with a drone operator who trained me on how to use a drone. And he asked me to adjust my breathing in tune with the breathing of the earth. And this is a sense of attunement between the man and the tool, reminds me of calligraphy. So as we know, like in calligraphy, brush as a tool is incorporated as an intimate part of the body of a calligrapher. However, I'm holding a remote and the drone is out there. And all these interfaces seem quite separated. And so how can I form an organic togetherness with a drone? So as a scholar, Catherine Mora, understands the sensorium of the drone as a complex sensing assemblage in which human agent is enmeshed with the technological apparatus. And she argues that the sensorial assemblage of drone can create imaginaries of communities, these horizontal communities of the Earth's mineral, machine data, human agents, through an amorphic interface. So as I operate the drone, I definitely have this bodily feeling on the play or interaction between me and the drone. The drone helped me to, avoid obstacles, avoid dangers. And when there was so much dust, the drone even bounced off slightly as if avoiding the dust, So our perspectives and perception seems enmeshed together. So by looking at, So by looking at the stratification of the landscape, So by looking at the stratification of the landscape, I wonder this can also be stratifictions. What struck me is, of course, the scale of the site, but also the astounding silence. In all sites of Fushun, silence is very noisy. There are lots of machines, working, but it's in terms of silence of the stories, it's a very rich, complex, enmeshed with the colonialism, socialism construction, a human memory, and this radical imagination of post-carbon future. All these imaginations and stories are just in total silence in Fushun. So I wonder if the drone is a sentient being, can it also be a storyteller, a post-human storyteller? But what kind of stories does it tell? I don't want to impose stories. I want to have organic stories that emerge. And I know it takes time for me to encounter them. But I didn't expect that the storytelling capacity suddenly emerged together with an archive, or what I call feral archive, that we discovered in the wilderness of a former oil plant, the one in the circle. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, this is not just a place for coal, it's also a place of synthetic petroleum. And the Japanese built this oil plant on the northern side of the mining pit. When it was first built in 1928, there was still distance to the mine. But as the mine kept growing, basically it kind of damaged the foundation of the factory. So in 1980s, a special department was created by the oil factory to document the sinking of this plant and to repair. This became a big problem. However, in 2011, after decades of repairing, this is just goes out of control, and the oil plant or factory was abandoned, moved somewhere else. And since then, in the past 12 years, it has been sort of taken over by weeds. By basically, there's a small forest, and it's kind of rewilding the whole factory. So, yeah. So it has a very interesting ecosystem. Yeah, we have lots of in the north, we don't have beautiful plants. There's very humble weeds and trees, and especially elm trees. All these plants are kind of suitable for growing on very dry, arid soil. So you see a lot of elm trees that kind of envelope the machines or kind of grow from the machines. Yeah. This one is I worked with a petrochemical worker, and she was so she was like 胆子很大, she climbed on the top of the chimney because she found a bird's nest that is made of cement and steel. So since then, she has been talking about we have all been imagining this invisible cyborg bird, half machine, and has this nest on the chimney made of cement, but it becomes a legend. So, so this is a site, full of vegetations and legends together with industrial debris. However, what is more interesting is when we discovered an actual archive is in the kind of red, where the red arrow points at. It used to be an administrative building, but it was semi-demolished and it's kind of leaking. And in their office, we found many photographs and film negatives. And these archives have grown into the earth or kind of entangled with the vegetations. So there are a few types of archive. One is archive to document land subsidence, the records that document the whole process of sinking of architectures and chimneys. And these archives belong to the special division on the factory administration that's dealing with this land sinking problem. And the date is started from 1980s. Yeah, so there are many landscape photographies that it seems normal, but actually there's on the back of it there's like documents or kind of notes about last year this railway was here and this year it shifted to there. This kind of documents. So there's also land sinking chart from July to August to October in 1987, and it already has a lot of changes just within the 3 months. Yeah. We also discovered other materials, personal photographs, and also workers' poems, personal letters, like this one. This worker is learning Japanese and exchanging letter with her Japanese pen friends. And this was during 1980s when Japan and China warmed up. And it's an interesting thing that this was originally a Japanese factory. Yeah. So on the back of this photo, there's a small poem. Somebody said, "Life's like a desert." That's because in his heart, there's no oasis. If you have a green dream, you will come to a golden autumn. And I realize I come to their golden autumn. It is a ruin. So many of these photographs of petrochemical workers were taken in the 1980s and 80s. There was this kind of a utopian anticipation for China's brighter future. And as workers were encouraged to write to write poems to imagine a future, the land was sinking beneath their feet. And I was quite drawn by this female worker. She was wearing petrochemical plant uniform, and she was attending to a rose garden in the factory. So we kind of retrieved many of them and brought to our studio. However, there are so many archives that were too heavy or just too much to take, and those are mainly film negatives. And we couldn't retrieve them, so we let them temporarily in this oil refinery, oil tank. And it's interesting to think that the film negatives, they're also petrol-based products, and they come from fossil fuel. And now they're being temporarily hidden in the oil tank. Yeah. And I was also interested in where these films are from. Maybe they are from Lekai brand, which is a Chinese brand, and maybe they are Orwo, a former Eastern German film brand. So I was safekeeping them for the future investigation. However, in February this year, I went back to look at Fushuan and to look at my archive. And the day I arrived, suddenly I was told they were demolishing the factory. So after 12 years, they didn't do anything. And suddenly, without any warning, they start to demolish it. So I quickly rushed to the factory site, mainly to retrieve the film archive. But I was very disoriented because all the vegetations and have been all cleared, and all the many buildings were demolished. I couldn't recognize it anymore. I lost all the landmarks. And also the factory becomes very dangerous to access. There are partly the kind of welding and ignited the oil residue, so it caused fires here and there. And in many places, I just couldn't go. So I start to use a drone. Yeah. I rely on my memory. I rely on the drone. The terrain is very difficult. I search, and finally I found the oil tank that I hide on my film archive, and it's down. So all the film archives, together with industrial debris, coal residue, dried petroleum crust, and many stories and memories that are documented on the film, they are buried together in the landfill and become another kind of what I call sediment archive that return to the earth. So many of these kind of chance encounters inspired me to imagine a story. And this is still a work in progress, or imagination in progress. So many of these story narratives are based on my historical research, field research encounters, and also a personal experience. So how do I show second? Yes. So I imagine the drone. I imagine the drone's perspective represents a speculative feral spirit that roam around the energy sphere to seek for stored sunlight. And it can be fossilized sunlight in coal, oil shell, or sunlight exposed onto the film negatives 40 years ago. As the spirit travels, it narrates the stories of the various beings under the sun. The fir forest, 5 million years ago, that eventually turned into coal deposit. The small seashell discovered by the worker in the mine pit, or the insect kept in the amber, or the Japanese photographer who points the camera to the sun in the 30s. The socialist painters who paint the mine in ink in the 60s, or the female petrochemical worker tending to rose garden in the factory while the earth under her feet was sinking, or the cyborg bird that became a legend in the factory ruin. Voices and stories and lives across the history of the earth and the history of the man. So as the spirit flies out of the factory plant, he is temporarily lost. He sees a woman on the scooter. She looks like that woman, petrochemical worker on the photograph, but 100 years older. So he asked her, "Where is the exit?" And she answered, "The exit is in the past." So this is my real experience. I did meet this lady as I searched my way out, and I asked her, "Where is my exit?" And she said, 出口再过去, the exit is in the past. So I released the drone to follow her, and the drone follows her home. Behind her home is beside this oil plant. In front of her home is the colossal mining pit. And the drone descends, or the spirit descends, and he finds a shrine that worship various deities that this woman recycled and found from the factory ruin. The woman is a healer and a shaman, and she starts to tell stories. Ecological trauma combined with the human trauma, layers of different times. And she has she tells the spirit that she has a Buddha statue in the factory, and now it became lost during the demolition process. So this is what also this shaman told me. Yeah. Just forward. And this is her home temple with the basically all the deities or objects she discovered in the various industrial ruins in Fushu. So let me wrap up. Let me go back to the PowerPoint. Please. So as the spirit goes down, as the spirit continues to search for the exit in the past, he enters the near future. Through the tunnel of a hydro-pumped storage electricity station, he found an older woman. He found the older woman operating the overhead crane. And she looks like that young petrochemical worker on that lost photograph in the factory ruin. The spirit chases the moving crane and listens to her story. So this is my work in progress. In this film, human, drone, archive, post-natural landscape form a feral assemblage. I hope such experimental aesthetic projects acquire the speculative power to help us imagine a post-carbon future where humans, technology, and the earth live together in a more mutually sustainable and ecological relationship. As Timothy Morton suggests, such a change in our thinking suggests such a relationship doesn't always point to green energy or fossil fuel-free energy, but also suggests a change in our thinking about the planet, realizing its vulnerability and the potential ending of the Anthropocene. While searching for the exit in the past, I formed a feral assemblage with a drone, archive, ruin, waste, and shaman in my hometown. I hope such feral assemblage not only mediates, narrates the tragedy in the past, but also embodies a radical imagination of future in togetherness. Thank you.
Our final speaker of today, or this panel today, sorry, is Dr. Alexandra R. Toland, an associate professor for arts and research at the Bauhaus University, Weimar, and co-chair of the Commission on the History, Philosophy, and Sociology of Soils of the International Union of Soil Sciences. She earned her MFA from the Dutch Art Institute and a doctoral degree in landscape planning from the TU Berlin as a DFG Fellow in the Perspectives of Urban Ecology graduate research group. Alex has published widely on artistic research practices as they relate to soil protection and the Anthropocene, and her works have been exhibited very widely as well at places including Ars Electronica, German Hygiene Museum, Dresden, and the Center for Contemporary Art in Glasgow. Please welcome me in welcoming Alexandra.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
So thank you so much for the kind invitation to speak here, and for your really caring way of organizing the symposium. It's really so fun. In mapping,
Okay.
is there any way to dim the front?
I think it's a bit too bright. It's too bright.
Yeah,
that's
that's okay. It's the last panelist. Figuring out, obviously. Okay, so just thinking about the title of the symposium, Mapping Intimacy Across Art, Science and Ecology. I really want to acknowledge the land and the ancestral knowledge of the Wampanoag people, whose land I grew up on, and whose land was the first to be taken by settler colonists on Turtle Island. It's kind of hard to talk about environment without thinking of these acknowledgements. I want to begin with an exercise in conjuring kin. So take a moment for yourself to think of a geologic entity that you feel a special connection with. So it could be maybe a beach or a rock formation that you visited as a child, maybe some rocks that you found on mine tailings, or maybe a piece of jewelry or marble floor in a historic building. And just take a moment to greet it and to acknowledge its history and place in the world. That's how we can kind of connect to this geologic entity and kind of just hold it in your heart for the rest of the talk. So this is one of many stone friends. It's a pudding stone from Boston, my club. A conglomerate of different colored pebbles that populate parks and open spaces, reminding Bostonians of their diverse, often conflicted histories and relationships to nature. It's very beautiful. This is another stone. It's from the far north, northern Norway. And this is kind of the outgoing stone that this talk is based on. So, in his essay About a Stone, some notes on geologic conviviality, the environmental researcher Uno Reinert poses the question, what kind of critter might a stone be? Does it have a life or something like it? What modes of passionate immersion or love or intimacy could a stone afford? So the project that I want to kind of scratch the surface on today, the Soilkin project, responds to Reinert's research in the far north by tracing the journey of kindred stones from the native Sampi lands in northern Norway to a terminal moraine north of Berlin, Brandenburg. Drawing on ideas from the history and philosophy of soil science, performance research, and queer feminist STS, the Soilkin project invites reflection on the individual and collective agency of mineral intimacies and the boundaries of what it means to be alive. It furthermore responds to Reinert's invitation for experimental, practice-based scholarship in what he calls relational landscape practices, through the employment of performative methodologies for geologic and pedologic studies, so ped from the Greek word for soil or ground, for conceptualizing stones and soil as kin. So kin, as in the ancestral relationality practiced by indigenous cultures. Kin, as in this quote from Ursula K. Le Guin's proposal that one way to stop seeing trees and rivers and hills, mountains, glaciers, rocks, ferns, only as natural resources is to class them as fellow beings, kinfolk. Invoking methodologies of the radical anti-art movement Fluxus, the project presents a series of relational exercises and reenactments, such as the one shown here, which serve as instructions for action that function as embodied thought experiments for recognizing kinship. They're designed as Fluxus-inspired event scores, presented as gestural means with variable dimensions, adapted by and with others in different educational and public contexts, and always in reference or in kinship to other performative artworks. Just go through them and come back to some of them. Take a hot stone from the fire and hold it close to the body. Pass it between hands and feet. Dissipate the heat. Push a stone through the soil until it pushes back. Listen with whatever means and methods are available. Inflate a boulder-shaped avatar of yourself as a stone and float it above the horizon. Dig a body-sized hole and curl up inside. Listen to the music of capillary rise and fall asleep counting roots. Hug the surface of the soil with your entire body. Make sand angels lying face down. Smell the leaf litter. Try a new sport. Go soil judging. Actually, soil science can. Introduce a soil to its neighbors. Place mirrors in adjacent pits so soils can gaze at each other. Dance with stone for 1 millennium. Dance with soil for 1 minute. Replace concrete beds with mulch blankets. Compost as if your life depended on it. Eat plants. So the exercises serve as a performative framework for 3 basic propositions. 1, a non-normative understanding of soil subjectivity could lead to soil kinship with appreciable social and ontological qualities to trouble the dominant, exploitative human-soil relationships indicative of the Anthropocene. 2, soil formation, pedogenesis, could be interpreted as a process of learning and becoming rather than simply weathering, aging. And 3, soil kinship is situated within a dynamic interplay of resistance and consent, demanding that the terms of relationship between humans and soils be mutually beneficial and appropriate to the slowed down timescales and events in which soil beings live and operate. So there's a full paper version of this project in the latest edition of the Journal of Environmental Humanities and Practice, which should be out actually now, hopefully in the next few weeks. For time reasons, I've just decided to focus on this first proposition, because I think it aligns well with the rest of the panel today. And for those interested in reading the paper, the second part explores the soil scientific understanding of soil formation processes, abbreviated as CLORPT, climate, organisms, relief, parent materials, and time, as a kind of mythical figuration of performativity and a reinterpretation of weathering as a kind of super agent in more than mineral contexts. And the final part delves into questions of consent and a post-human, post-Me Too world that often lacks protocols or practices for asking permission. Again, using performative, relational, ritualistic approaches to building multi-species kinships. So the first part begins at a campfire in Korean, in Brandenburg, about an hour north of Berlin. At the end of a cool summer evening, upon the recommendation of a wildcrafter friend, I remove a hot stone from the campfire and place it close to my body in my sleeping bag. This simple act marks the transformation of something perpetually cold, hard, inaccessible into something warm, comforting, and familiar. In this exercise, I'm interested in the traces of agency that are etched into the crystalline surface of the cobble that is worn smooth by ice from another era. Its very shape, topographic, and geographic position wake up forgotten doubts of what is now simply taken for granted as natural history. Only 200 years ago, Plutonists and Neptunists passionately argued over the nature and origins of such rock entities, which now memorialize the Ice Age landscape of the biosphere Schorfheide, north of Berlin, as the place where Pleistocene glaciation was discovered. So this is the place where scientists first decided that large-scale glaciation processes was actually a thing, marking the beginning of the Holocene, or the current geologic era. Neptunists, most famously championed by Abraham Gottlob Werner and the poet-scientist Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, believed that rocks formed in the Earth's primordial oceans as a result of sedimentation processes. In contrast, Plutonists, such as Anton Morrow and later James Hutton, who's also known as the father of modern geology, correctly argued that the origin of rocks was to be found in the fiery depths of volcanoes. It was, of course, also during Goethe and Hutton's time of geologic contemplation that brutal forces of colonialism were at work, making capital and conquest out of geologic discovery. Plutonic volcanic debates were inevitably tied to larger projects of imperial nation building and extractive practices that set the stage for the rapid unfolding of the Anthropocene and its parallel critical iterations as Capitalocene, Plantationocene, Schuttolocene. The hot stone in my hands thus poses both as witness to modern theorization on glaciation processes as well as processes of colonial violence, dispossession, and extraction, which continue to this day. Largely absent in Goethe and Hutton's geologic worldviews and the emergence of contemporary geoengineering practices that followed are the affective forces of the more than human world, which have been variously described as animism. So here I align my thoughts with geo and pathologic animism, Brian Masumi's ideas about non-living, Jane Bennett's vital materialisms, Tim Ingold's rethinking of the animate, and also Mira Singh's critique of the non-human term, but also examples of animism in pop culture and art. The kind of animism I'm interested in the Soilican project implies that stones may be seen by us as having livelihoods, but also that we can become enlivened by stones in order to act urgently and politically. The hot stone in my hands is not only a historical witness, but a catalyst for change. The stones in my fire pit are known in German as Geschiebe. This translates into English as that which is pushed, and commonly referred to in geologic terminology as glacial erratic. So how can that be interpreted reformatively? This next exercise, the stone offers an alternative imaginary to push the Anthropocene aside, just as Plutonism once pushed aside Neptunism, and indigenous storytelling now pushes the edges of Western science. On the one hand, a heightened attunement with or attentiveness towards geogenic and pedogenic others, and their unique ontologies is needed, and on the other, an extended imagination to envision what happens after the pushing. Hugo Reiner tells the stories of particular stones with cultural heritage status through the relationship with human neighbors become alive. Saidi stones, they're known as. According to the Sami people, are capable not just of transacting with humans, but forming bonds, entering relationships. Compare these capacities to the biological capacities for life. So NASA scientists Stuart Bartlett and Michael Wong coined the term life with a Y to describe a more open concept of what life is and how it could be, arguing that the standard definitions of life are restrictive and may blind future astrobiological research that's hidden in plain sight. So liberated from what Bartlett and Wong termed the carbon-based organometallic molecular toolbox of life on Earth as we know it, life, with a Y, is defined as any system that fulfills all four processes of the living state. These are dissipation, autocatalysis, homeostasis, and learning. So with the stretch of the mind, my kindred stone, and maybe your kindred stones, exhibit these and other traits, suggesting that astrobiology begins right here at home. I feel the dissipation of heat from the fire to the stone to my own body to a final state of coolness in the morning. Given its once inexplicable or erratic existence on the pine-covered dunes in the Brandenburg Sand, the stone also poses as an autocatalyst for nothing less than the advent of modern Western earth science. Its crystalline body displays a kind of primitive homeostasis, echoing Alexander Graham Cairns Smith's theory of clay genes, in which clay crystals are said to have acted as a kind of prototypical chemical scaffolding capable of instructing the earliest forms of carbon-based molecules that led to biological life, as we know it. Finally, the stone's ability to learn blends fiercely with its ability to remember, from its recollections of glacial unbecoming to its birth as a crystallized magma, to its functionary existence as a yet-to-be-discovered cobblestone. Like its silicate kin to the north and distant kin on exoplanets in our own galactic neighborhood, the stone is alive with its own vital agency and story to tell. And the story, of course, is one of paradigm change. The so-called geologic turn in social sciences, arts, and humanities research offers a paradigm change for thinking about the mineral world or what Catherine Yusof describes as a critical engagement with the mineral dimensions of humanity. This paradigm change, following Yusof, is inherently aesthetic in nature. Geomorphic aesthetics, writes Yusof, provides a possible site and mode of sensibility for engaging with the temporal and mineral contractions of the anthroposphere. And Yusof's writings on geologic subjects center on some of the earliest known works of art to be produced by human beings, so the rock paintings at Nassau and Gondwana paintings in Western Australia. But I think that there's an invitation in her writings for contemporary artists to respond in kind. So turning to Fluxus again, we can imagine how stones might be kind of agents to animate such a paradigm change. In a playful mashup of Yoko Ono's tape piece, Stone Piece, in which the artist instructs us to take the sound of a stone aging, and Elizabeth Povinelli's groundbreaking paper, Do Rocks Listen? The Cultural Politics of Apprehending Australian Aboriginal Labour, we can formulate a new score. Listen to rocks until politics age. Further instructions for observation follow. Look, taste, touch, smell. Analyze a stone's hardness, luster, and color. Magnify a thin slice under a microscope. Do radiometric dating using isotopes of pink potassium feldspar. Sketch its outline as a tattoo. Make a photo diary of its life as part of a stone wall. Write poetry about it. Make drawings of it. Map its place in the landscape. Call it friend in a warm embrace. In reciprocation for these observational experiences, I draft instructions for a score so that the rock too may gain new perspectives on its place and time in the world. Why should the stone be a passive partner when it's already witnessed so much? The instructions read, inflate a boulder-shaped avatar of yourself as a stone and float it above the horizon. Send aerial photographs, weather data, and hover selfies back to the surface. Float like a stone in the Pedon. So with a little help from augmented reality, observed can also become the observer. Floating above the horizon, the pink-gray grainy face has aesthetic potential in its animated storytelling beyond words capacity for revealing historical coordinates to curious humans, and affective potential in the rediscovery of geogenic agency through performative acts of observation. So to conclude this first part, this thought experiment, I invite you to go back and think of your stone and imagine it as kin. If kinship can be established through the performative dimensions of geomorphic aesthetics and a critical engagement with geontology, then a stone's qualification as kin lies ultimately not in its capacity for life in a conventional biological sense, but rather in its capacity for meaning-making, shifting perspective, pushing paradigms. The geologic turn is open for all of us to imagine. Whether the stone lives or not is not so important. I invite you to seriously consider not only what stones can do, but what they can do to us, that they can affect us. Thank you for sharing and thinking with stones and for letting me share this exercise with you.
Well, shall we dive right in? Are there any questions for our three speakers or for any of our speakers that you want to kick us off with? So he's got a question. I can begin. So, oh, thank you so much. So there's so many things to think about and so many overlapping themes, I think, between all of your really fascinating papers. One thinks of questions of temporality, for instance, and slow violence and time, and the concretion of that on the body. But I think also it might be useful to begin by going back to the concept of care and thinking about care as something that can also trouble and be ambivalent and present some kinds of difficulties. And I was wondering if each of you could comment on how this concept of care might have troubled your own research, because it's something that while we're trying to kind of decenter and de-anthropomorphize and perhaps depersonify certain the sort of assemblage of objects and things, care is also a kind of something that pulls us back to the human, I think, in various ways. Maybe one of you could comment a little bit on some of the challenges that this has presented to your own research. Shall we begin maybe with you, Mia?
Such a big question, a very important one. I think for me, when I first went to the research site, I didn't really think of that as a research site. And I try to forget I'm a scholar, academic, curator, artist, and all that. I was simply going home. Of course, I went there to research, to learn, and there is some kind of project in my mind that I was planning. But I really want to just get rid of all these titles and kind of concepts of academic art world labors and roles, and reduce me as a human being returns to home and to learn, to reconnect with a region that I just so try to forget and I knew so little about it. And this is has to do with how I define my relationship with that place and also people, the people who gave me the access. And I think my relationship with care started from there. And it was, this is not a de-learning process. De-learning or unlearning means you know something. And I was very humbled to realize that I knew nothing. I knew nothing about this place I call my home region. How do I say, like the first site I went to is the mining waste, the site that kind of burns and smolders. And then I realized the people who led me there, the local artists, who are not artists, they're like high school teachers and factory workers who take photographs. And but they, when they talk to me, introduce these places to me, they also smolder kind of inside. They have so much to tell, but they kind of, and they want me to tell their story to the outside, but they also lack a language or ways of speaking. So they were telling me many kinds of related, unrelated stories, and I just listened and absorbed. And I think that attitude of putting me on the equal footing and even below them, it's not a way to gain their favor, to gain their acceptance. It's also a self-exercise that kind of first reducing me to be part of this landscape. And that really helps me a lot to kind of formulate a kind of, to practice this kind of ethics of care. Yeah, I will just stop here. Maybe I'll add something later when I have more thoughts.
Yeah, care absolutely is something that I think about a lot throughout my research. So I think about it in different ways. In my first project, which is to study sustainable living or green living in Hong Kong, so I document and I see how people try to care about the ecology, the society, and people around them. So care in that sense, in that setting, is a very positive way of relating with others, with the environment. And then my second project, which is about petrochemical pollution. So I studied how people in a peri-rural, peri-urban area in Guangzhou who lives next to a petrochemical plant live with pollutions because there's no other alternatives. They're not going to shut down the petrochemical plant and they have to live there. And I wrote a paper called The Art of Unnoticing, which is basically to detail the kind of life strategies that they came up with in order to allow them to continue living in a polluting environment. So in the second project I look at how people learn to not care about pollutions because that's the reality they have to live in. And then the projects that I've just presented is also interesting. I think especially in the energy battle context, it's a group of women who try to learn to not care about men and try not to care. I mean, the way they put it is not to invest energy into this romantic relationship. But I think what I want to foreground here is that what's underneath this narrative is really vulnerability. Is really a way to protect themselves from being hurt or from being extracted. So I think that's not true. Although the narrative itself, it sounds very much that they are in control of their agency and they are taking steps to not care in order to preserve for their own self-preservation. But I think underpinning it is really a sense of vulnerability. And I think vulnerability is another key concept related to care is, I think you have to, perhaps in order to practice care, it has to start from a safe space where you feel safe enough to relate to others. And when you're in positions where you feel more vulnerable, it's probably not something that you would want to think about. And I think also what struck me with all the presentations today is that nature is presented as something there's an equilibrium between humans and the more than human beings, and also with nature it's all sounds very harmonious, but there are also a lot of violence and there are also a lot of less ideal conflicts going on between humans and the more than humans world. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Very well said. I guess I associate care with my work as an educator first and foremost. I was at a summer school in Utrecht last August, where we were talking about care work, care for PhD students, for master's students, for students that are trying to learn to care for the environment. And a colleague was like, yeah, but it's always the same people doing that care work. And what would like a radical feminism without care look like? So I'm really grateful for these perspectives of unlearning typical care practices, unnoticing for the sake of preservation. So I'm just wondering, like, how does that translate then to the natural world? And I don't have an answer for that. I'm part of a larger network of researchers, artists, and carers. It's called the Soil Care Network. And together with Anna Czerwyszyńska, who grounded the Soil Care Network, we lead this commission on history, sociology, and philosophy and arts of soils for the International Union of Soil Sciences. And we've been really pushing for kind of new practices in soil scientific education to teach, taking time, listening practices. So they already are taught these observational skills, but how can you weave into that, these other skills of sensory awareness, attentiveness, attunement. So I think that it's beyond simply care. It's a set of practices that can be developed and also unlearned to some extent.
I'm also careful that all this filming process not becoming another kind of extractive relationship. You know, you go there and with a camera, with a fancy drone, and you make a spectacular film and you put your name on it and you circulate in BNL, right? So this is the kind of thing that I also want to avoid. So many of the things I do over there, I feel like I'm more like a community organizer, you know, doing workshops, and I think the hope of you know, this place is the people who still live there, people who are high school teachers with a camera, or you know, remember this woman who climbed up to the chimney and look at the bird's nest, and now she's a factory curator. She's a petrochemical plant worker, and after you know we met, and she decided to curate an exhibition, like a pop-up exhibition in the factory, and she, I think you know there are so many top-down schemes on this kind of extractive sites, you know, from the colonial forces to the Communist Party to, you know, today's ecological revitalization, whatever, is another kind of top-down scheme. And it's so important that if my practice can lead to not just films and art works, but also this kind of bottom-up initiatives, you know, that we, you know, bring agencies and tools to people who still live there, and they are the future. Yeah.
No, it's very well said. I just wanted to open up to the audience to ask if there are any questions for our three speakers, any of our three speakers, or perhaps all three of our speakers. Yes, at the back there.
Yes, so just on that point about Chinese transition into capitalism and the changing impact this had on human relationships, and how you describe the impact of utility and extractivism in human relationships, not just on capital and all the rest of it. It reminded me a little bit of the kind of debate in Sartre's On Dirty Hands between Hugo and Hodmer, in which Hodmer, exasperated with the Puritanism as he sees it of Hugo, says that, oh, you know, I didn't invent the idea of lying. It was born of a class-ridden society. I shan't abolish lies by refusing to lie myself. Now, in the way that you describe China, could we really say that prior to the kind of capitalist turn in China, all of these practices really didn't exist? You know, was that big as a claim prior to capitalism in China?
Do you want to get a few more questions, or you want me to cut? I probably need to think through it.
Okay, sure. I think that question is addressed at actually all three of you. It's a kind of, it's a very broad question. It's, you know, it's a kind of an ethical question, really. I think it's, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
All of these issues didn't stem only from capitalism.
Absolutely. I think Loretta mentioned something about this before. Just
maybe I can just make
some time to, yeah.
Comment.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, by no means I infer to these sort of competitions or exploitations of relationship didn't exist before China is transitioning to a more kind of capitalist-oriented society. If that's the impression that I gave from the presentation, probably I need to rephrase my wording. No, absolutely. I think exploitations in relationships and also definitely exist before, even in pre-modern China and before contemporary times. So you think about the kind of the so-called romantic relation, or just like relationship or marriage in pre-modern China, you have like the concubine, and then you have more than one wives, and then in those contexts, oftentimes there's a hierarchy within the family. So those kind of exploitations exist and has always been in Chinese history. But I guess what's unique about these narratives about energy, Vegetal, and why it's related to extractive capitalism is the vocabulary and the way they put it is really very much like things you hear about we talk about investment, we talk about how we save up money for the future and we save energy. So I think there are a lot of parallels in these two in terms of metaphors and analogies, but I wouldn't say, I definitely do not mean to say that before China transitioning to a more kind of capitalist-oriented society, there was no exploitations exist in human society. And thank you so much for the comment. I would probably be a little bit more careful in my phrasing in future presentations. It's a very good point. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that it's very interesting. There is a definite political economy that this, the language is being couched in as part of a kind of wider network. And as you mentioned, there's a kind of tendency to think of even, the environment or the natural world in a very kind of romanticized way, while negating the fact that competition, struggle, violence, it's not simply a human trait, although we definitely have more agency in that. I think there was another question from the front as well. Yes, please.
If you read, hi, thank you all very much. That was a very brilliant panel, and loads of parallels of things happening already, and I know to come. That present later on. I really wanted to ask a question about, it's another word beginning with C, not here, but about consent, which again seems to be a little bit of a... Is that not working? sorry to go to that.
Is that better? Yes.
My question was about consent, about how which was another word that I felt kind of threaded through the three different presentations. What consent means among humans and among humans and other than humans, in terms of the different contexts in which you're all working.
Yeah, so the word consent crops up again. Alexandra, would you like to respond to that? Because you addressed the question to Zhengguo this morning.
Yeah, it's been something that I've been grappling with for a long time, and I would say, one of the pieces of writing or practice that most touched me in this regard the last years was Robin Wall Kimmerer's retelling of the Honorable Harvest. To kind of to see if we can kind of learn from that to create protocols for making art, or extracting in a more, obviously we all have to eat and need materials to build homes with and to live basically, but to think of ways of actually doing that. I can read it out quickly. It's part of the longer version of my talk. So she kind of summarizes the rules of the Honorable Harvest, and says that these are like the kind of guidelines for harvesting, whether it's harvesting plant materials or knowledge or coal or what have you. She adds, take only what you need and use everything you take. Take only that which is given. Ask permission before taking. So obviously if you're pulling and it's not coming, it's like a sign to stop. If you need bigger tools, then maybe that's a sign to stop. Listen to the answer. Never take the first, never take the last, never take more than half. Leave some for others. Be accountable as the one who comes asking. Harvest in a way that minimizes harm. Use what you've taken respectfully, thinking about all of the waste, the food that is produced for capital that isn't even eaten. Share, give a gift in reciprocity for what you've taken, so kind of ritualize it, and give thanks for what you've been given. And there's so much wisdom in there, and if we can figure out ways to, to translate that into all kinds of other practices. I think it links up to a lot of debates in eco-socialism, kind of getting away from capital. Of course, there's always been exploitative practices from the beginning of humankind, but only now are we living in a context where it's like for the most capital, there's no limit, and this is something that obviously needs to be discussed also with regard to consent.
I know, absolutely. I think consent is also really interesting in a very different way with regards to both your papers, especially thinking about drones. There's that kind of, you were talking about how, in this case, consent is something that you were kind of denied access to these sites, right? So it's a way of kind of subverting perhaps these limitations on vision, limitations on knowledge.
Yeah, negotiating the state boundary. Yeah, yeah. It's a very because my research is very site specific or region specific, so it deals with a lot of my relationship with the place. So on the one hand, I felt like a daughter returning home, people welcome you. But on the other hand, I always feel like a hacker because it's very paradoxical. Seemingly, I can go everywhere, but everywhere is a state kind of guarded space. Basically, the whole city is state-owned enterprises. So to use a drone is actually quite subversive. It's to negotiate a new frontier. The frontier between the civil space and the state space. And also, your comments remind me that I'm going to curate an exhibition early next year and showcase some of the research and some of the works. But and people right away, of course I asked their permission, I talk about it, and people right away felt, oh, this is a way to you are our, spokeswoman. You have to tell my story, our story to the world. But it's never my intention to be a regional studies scholar. The whole idea is how to tell them or convince them. It's use your story as a kind of entry or even a metaphor to open up questions and shareable to other parts of the world, either it's Northeast China or former Eastern Germany, or South America, the lithium triangle, etc. It's never just about feng shui. And this is I think to get their agreement to collaborate with this exhibition. You have to make them agree with this vision. Yeah. So there's a lot of navigating and negotiation. It's a mutual learning process. It's also taught me to come down from this meta-intellectual, discourse that easily circulatable in space like this, and to translate into another kind of language to people in the factory. In a remote area in China. Yeah. So
it's a kind of practice.
Yeah, it's a kind of practice.
It's a kind of practice.
Yeah.
Myth making. Loretta, did you have a comment?
Sure, just a quick one. I'm not sure if I find the concept or the idea of consent very helpful here, because at least in human societies, the way we understand consent is through language, right? I ask your permission to do something, and we cannot get that back from the nature world, but that doesn't mean that historically in human society practice that we don't ask consent. I mean, if I must use that word to describe this practice, from the nature world, we use, in many societies, you've mentioned about animism, and so in many societies it's through ritual, it's through to consider the nature world as sacred, right? And the nature world may not respond, and then oftentimes there's a shaman in between to communicate between the nature world and the human beings to mediate that consent. But now we don't have that. Now that we live in a mostly non-religious society, so I'm not sure if consent is such a very anthropocentric way of thinking about boundaries, what we can do and what we can't do. I don't have an alternative yet, but I'm not a big fan of conceptualizing in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of bound up in ideas of legality and
Yeah, I think,
institutionalization as well,
indeed.
isn't it? Yeah.
And perhaps empathy and attunement are better ways to think about how we relate with the non-modern human worlds.
And the kind of cultural politics of emotion, I think, is quite interesting. Or perhaps the political ecology of emotion. Do we have probably time for one last quick question? Oh, front there. Sorry. Oh, that one.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, so it seems as well that government has sort of been brought up but beating around the bush almost, because a lot of talks have sort of a relationship with government, particularly when referring to extractive capitalism or the context of Manchuria and its histories. But in that sense, it also implies that government may actually have been is part of the problem. But are there any views or ways of maybe making government part of the solution, or sort of its role in the future, and just sort of like future building?
Question.
And ways of changing thought, I guess, because I know in particular, like Laura has talked, you're thinking more, or you're more around how sociologically people are thinking because of extractive capitalism. But even with stones or with current or with modern Manchuria, a lot of it is influenced by the context that we're in today. But then what could the context of the future be like?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I mean, it's sort of like, it's where the slow violence of environmental destruction and toxicity overlaps with systemic violence and institutional violence, histories of colonialism. I think all of your talks kind of, and power were into that as well. Does anyone have any preliminary thoughts on that? Or the kind of responsibility, I suppose, of that?
I haven't thought about it in terms of government, but all the presentations have. What's also very interesting is none of the presentations have explicitly talk about power and the power relationships between humans and also between human and non-humans. So I need to think through it, but thank you. But it's something in my mind as I listen. It's the idea of power is because it seems like when we talk about nature and this nice harmonious way that you interact with a rock, you play with the plants, and it's almost like because that's what we want to move forward as humans, it almost sometimes feel like we deny the power that we have over these beings, but we very much have.
Yeah, which is again bound up with Alexandra's comment about consent earlier as well. I mean, these are sort of the more, I think, ambivalent and tricky shades, I think, of this very vast and rich topic.
I would say this is what geomorphic aesthetics has to offer, to realize that imagination has a lot to do with it. Like how can we imagine something beyond the Anthropocene, beyond capitalism, and I think that artists have a huge role to play, in these kind of community building, relational, organizational ways of going about creative work, beyond the artwork. It's about community building. And, oftentimes governance is quite separate from cultural domains, and they're actually quite interdependent.
Well, in my case, China has the most powerful government in the world, and in this region, the reason this kind of region didn't totally collapse socially is because it's still being taken care of by a socialist government.
There's no multinational corporation moved in, like, former GDR after 89, So, there was, after 1980s and the state-owned enterprises collapsed, millions of people laid off in this region. But after years of struggling, these people are still being taken care of. You have to face it, it's a socialist government still, However, I think many things related to environmental justice is very tricky in China. You cannot openly talk about it. It's still on the borderline of being censored. Toxicity, I always hesitate to bring up this word, and you notice that I never talk about toxic waste. There is just I don't find any research partners who can go to investigate this kind of things. So on the one hand, the government take care of you. On the other hand, what do you mean there's a toxicity here? The government has been taking care of that. So you are investigating them and you are questioning the government. So that kind of led me to think of another kind of curatorial or artistic strategy, which is a critical fabulation. To borrow Saidiya Hartman's notion to critical fabulate all the silence and gaps and voids in the transatlantic slave trade archives, So and that's why I highlight the storytelling, storytelling from the non-human perspective, and start caring of this region from telling all this marginalized, forgotten stories of, say, colonial violence. And the socialist industrialization is built upon colonial violence to a certain extent, extending that kind of logic. But we cannot say that's wrong because you are building a socialist state in the middle of Cold War. So all this is very complex. So to narrate all these hidden stories and so the Zhong actually becomes a very useful character, and to avoid to move around censorship in a way. Yeah. So
thank you. We'll just is it going to be a quick question? Is it going to be a quick question?
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, because I think we've got to kind of end very soon because we're going to have a lunch break. We're already running a little bit over time. Perhaps you can address the question to the speakers during the break.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. On the note of speculative futures and a more hopeful world of tomorrow, please join me in thanking our three speakers.
All right. Hello and welcome back. To the afternoon session of our symposium today. My name is Nick, and I curate and organize public programs at Asymmetry Art Foundation. So I'm very excited to introduce you to the three speakers for our next panel, titled Microbial, Vegetal, and Animal Kin. So our first speaker would be Pei-Ying Lin. Pei-Ying Lin is an artist and designer from Taiwan and currently based in Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Her main focus is on the combination of science and human society through artistic methods, and is particularly interested in building a common discussion ground for different cultural perspective regarding elements that constructs our individual perception of the world. Recently, she has been focusing on manipulating the boundary of the visible and invisible, living, non-living, and finding ways to build tools and methods that facilitate such explorations. She has won the honorary mention in Hybrid Arts category of Arts Electronica 2015, professional runner-up in Speculative Concepts of Core 77 Awards 2015, BioArt and Design Award in 2016, and the first group of Taiwanese artists of residence in the program of Accelerate in CERN. Her project, PSX Consultancy, is a permanent collection of Museum of Architecture and Design in Slovenia. I would like to welcome Pei-Ying to the stage for her paper on contemplating with viruses.
you, Nick, for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event. And it's only the beginning of the afternoon, but I'm already very inspired. So I will start my presentation now. Okay. It's actually not a paper, but like the title for the talk is Contemplating with Viruses, because today we have only around 20 minutes. So I thought it would be a good idea to go through the general overview of my journey with viruses. And viruses is my partner on my artistic practice. So this is a virus model that I made. Before I get into the viruses topic, I would like to first talk about why I choose viruses as my partner for thinking. I actually have a biological background, so I study virus as they're a biological subject. What's interesting about virus, and also an important topic in biology, is the boundary of living and non-living. So in the biology, the definition of living is something that will be able to replicate themselves, which means viruses are not living. But at the same time, viruses, if you look at it like rationally, it's a series of genetic information, can be RNA or DNA, wrapped in a protein shell or membrane. And that is inactivated when it's floating in the air. It doesn't replicate themselves. They doesn't have really any biological activities when they're floating outside. But once they enter the host, they become activated. And then at the same time, they are invisible. So you cannot really see them unless you have a really, really good microscope, like an electronic microscope, and not just the microscope that we use for schools. So in that context, it's invisible. But at the same time, they are visible because you probably already have the experience of being sick, having, for example, chickenpox, which probably everyone had, or you have the cold, and all that kind of things are the visibility of it. So I also like that duality of invisible and visible. And also on top of that, most of the time people talk about viruses as if they're equal to diseases. But in fact, disease is something that's being triggered and react by the host. So the disease itself is not the virus. So there's layers of dualities in this virus and host relationship. I won't say human right now because it's much broader than that. And that actually allows us to think along with these notions and uncover many layers of things. So this is a brief timeline of my 10 years, a little bit more than 10 years journey with viruses. It started around 2011 when I was doing my master's degree in London. It was triggered first by, I have read in my childhood a novel that's called 生死平衡, like the balance between life and death, by a Chinese science fiction author, Wang Xingkang. And what was really interesting about that one is like back then, about maybe 30 years ago, in Taiwan, most of the science fiction novels we can get are from the translated science fiction novels from the West. So very often it has the perspective of the West. But this novel is really interesting in the sense of it's trying to use the Chinese medicine perspective to look at diseases. And there was this outbreak of smallpox. That smallpox was already eradicated and then it resurfaced. And there wasn't any vaccines and the Western medicine found incapable of dealing with it. And in that novel, because Chinese medicine is looking at the human body more systematically by strengthening your immunity. So in that novel, it's proposed that that might be the way out. And that really provides a really nice alternative view. So I was really struck by that, and that sits within me until when I was doing my master's studies here in London. I was trying to also see how human behavior would change if there's an outbreak. And if we still want to enjoy our life, which, you know, we're sort of familiar with it now. So back then, that relationship is sort of like human and virus. You see the two dots, the gray dot and the white. I use that to signify the virus and the human. So the virus and human are the relationship that are separated and sort of having this competitive relationship, which is human and disease. But then in 2016, after doing this project, which I will go slightly into depth later, in 2016, the Things to Tame, I tried to bring that relationship a little bit closer, that human and viruses can co-evolve. After that, in 2018 to 2020, I have the project of biophilia, which I was trying to get even closer. So it was the question of how close can you get with viruses intentionally? And that was proposing that we can try to eat them. And then afterwards, so during the COVID time, I had another project, which is discourse of a viral boundary, where we were using not the actual virus, but speculating stories around virus outbreak to look at the social relationship. And the virus becomes something that wraps around the humanity. And the later two projects that sort of corresponding to each other, but also overlapping a little bit, is a series of studies of interbeing, and one is called Trans 101, and the other one is called Pedigree X, which also explores different embodiment of viruses in the body. And by looking back at this journey with viruses, you really see this difference where if you place the virus and human relationship, which actually all of these relationships exist in this world already, they're not something new, but by thinking about this different distance can unveil a lot of different layers and questions and our fears, and also reflect on our own societal problems. And therefore, in a way, I would say viruses is a mirror for us. So coming back to the first project, smallpox syndrome, when I was treating viruses as diseases, and it was proposed that because the idea of beauty is closely related with hygiene, hygiene is also related with diseases. So perhaps one day we will have this vaccine if the viruses are changing so fast that we need to update all the time, that we might need a monthly vaccination. Then we would want to show which version of the vaccines that we have on our body, which also was really interesting when COVID happened. Then we have the passport of vaccination. And what was very challenging back then was that I was trying to do this project in London, and my professors, they are also British, and I was proposing that people will want to try to keep a certain distance with each other. When you get on board a bus, that you will have a bit of distance, and you will choose the seat like the Finnish, that they will always try to have a bit of space between each other, much further than everyone else. And their response was like, that's ridiculous, nobody's going to do that. Well, so that was my challenge. And when I was doing projects with viruses, I encountered that a lot. So the next project was Things to Tame, and it was funded by the NWO in the Netherlands, which they tried to couple the artist with the scientist. So I collaborate this project with a biologist from Erasmus Medical Center. And she has this really interesting research where she researched norovirus. And I believe all of you are very familiar with it, even though you didn't know. So norovirus is a virus that makes you puke and diarrhea. The puke is significant in the sense of you will have a projection vomiting. Okay, so now you all know. And it also recovers really fast, right? After a day or two, then you're okay. What happens on the people who are immunodeficient is that it will prolong on your body for a year or longer, and sometimes they kill the person. And also because it's an RNA virus, so far we don't have a vaccine for it. So we were discussing about this, like at the same time it's not as horrible as COVID, that it can collapse and it can kill people so fast. But at the same time, there are still people who are vulnerable. So the strategy that we need to survive with them is different. So why not we just think about, okay, if we have to live with it, can we tame it in the way that we change our social structure from that? So it's a project with a lot of different objects. The first thing is that we have a manifesto where I am a tamer who tried to tame the virus through having myself being infected by the virus. And the virologist, because she's well trained in handling the viruses, so she can have a distance with the virus. And we come up with this manifesto together where we think about, the first question is human versus nature. Are humans a part of nature, or is human separate from nature? And that actually relates with this, the viruses is something that comes naturally, or is it our enemy? And whether the human body is a habitat for the viruses, or they are invading us, because the language is very different. One uses the more the warlike language, and the other is looking for mutuality. And also, when you're making choices, are you making choices for individual, or are you making choices as the whole community? And then, so out of all these kind of questions, and also whether humans are just individuals, or you always think human as a whole, like the Homo sapien as one entity together. And with that, we also came up with movements that will allows you to practice all the time so you don't do the wrong movement. Like, for example, opening the doorknob with your arm, and which you are also familiar with it now. And then we were also looking at our blood to see if we have past encounter with the viruses and which strain, which you can see on the right-hand side, the white one. And that's the actual analysis. So you can see the history of your encounter with them in your blood. And that will also decide your strategy of how you will go through this community that has that virus in there. Because if you've got infected, then you can go in and out more safely without having the risk of getting sick. So that also comes back to the question of, like, in this process of trying to see what's reasonable, what's unreasonable, and trying to change our mentalities, there were a lot of possibility that I consider perhaps maybe it's possible, but maybe a little bit too ridiculous. Okay, I will keep that to later. So bear that in mind. The next project was virophilia, which I was trying to be as close as possible, which there's nothing that's closer than eating them. And as the experience of working with virologists and starting to know more about viruses, that they are present everywhere, I encountered interesting information where the virologist told me that there is about, we probably know about 10% of the viruses. And the 10% that we know that has a name is based on the diseases that we have observed. But they speculate that probably 90% of the viruses actually has a mutual beneficial relationship with their hosts. And they already found a lot of evidence, even though it's harder because our vision or our mentality is set to that viruses, well, we observe something that concerns us. Therefore, we put money into research of those things. And that has, as a result, we found most of the viruses that cause diseases. But if you change the mentality, then you see some viruses that make, for example, the tobacco mosaic virus, make tobacco plants more durable to drought, for example. So I was like looking at all these really interesting examples and noticing that the viruses can affect the structure of the plants, of the animals. It can kill within a soup of different species, like, for example, in seawater, or something that's mixed. You have the environment that's always mixed, right? Like, for example, kombucha is a mixed culture of different species. The viruses can target a certain species in there and kill them, and in essence, changing the whole community. So out from all these kind of relationship, I decided to write a speculative recipe, cookbook from the future, looking back at the history of how humans use viruses into our cuisinery, which includes the center one was sort of happening now that we will have a dish that mimic different sickness. When you eat it, you feel the sickness as an enjoyment. That's very like subcultural cult-like. You can also have an extended, which is sort of on the horizon now. There are scientists research into how you can have an oral vaccine, which is something that you can eat. So the left-hand side, the influenza egg on rice, is a modified influenza vaccine, and I have to say that it doesn't exist, so it's my story. And influenza egg, because they are usually brought in eggs, like in reality, where this egg will trigger the influenza symptoms on your body while you're enjoying the dish as the extended sensorial enjoyment. And after maybe a day, you get recovered, and then you got vaccinated for that seasonal flu. And then the last one, the temporal cocktail, was largely inspired by one of the marine biologists that gave me the idea, because she's researching into marine algae, and where when the algae got infected by virus, they'll kill themselves, and you will have the liquid become transparent. So this cocktail is by adding the virus, it will change color over time because it's interaction with viruses. And then during the project, COVID happened. Well, actually I already finished the project, but I got different invitations. And because the project also tried to collaborate with different chefs, so we always develop a new dish when it's a new performance, and then different kind of viral narrative within each dish. COVID-19 happened, so we have a quarantine, and then I realized that a lot of possibilities in my previous project that I decided they're too ridiculous actually happen in real life, and they're like, it's not just one or two cases, but everyone was doing it, and that really made me reflect. So during COVID, and although Taiwan was sort of getting the outbreak much more later than everyone else, because we got the real outbreak in early 2022. And because we basically used the virus as a reason to seal off the whole border. And that's also controversial in a way. But because that regulation was so strict, originally the performance was planned as a dinner performance, and then we decided to do it as a delivery performance. So everyone in their home got the delivery of the dish, where I tell them the story about those dishes and while they eat, and I will guide them to sense that dish. And this was also developed online. So I was in the Netherlands and the chef was in Taiwan, and they never taste the food, but we have to translate what does it feel like, and I have to narrate the story around that. And that was an interesting experience, because you sort of see people fluctuating between the fear and the excitement. And because of that, you see there's a lot of emotion attached with the presence of virus. They're not just fear, but also enjoyment. And it becomes even trickier when you encounter coronavirus. And that was the born of this project, Studies of Interbeing Trends 101, where I was looking for different ways of embodiment for this project. So because very often the COVID-19 virus is portrayed as something that's the color of gray and red. If you try to imagine that in your brain, like, you would probably have that image, right? But like I mentioned before, viruses are neutral. The colors were put by other people. Under the microscope, it's a gray image. It doesn't have colors. And as a biologist of background, I also don't see the fear of it as how everyone would see it. So I thought there is something that we really need to envision how the virus get onto our body, trying to use our body mechanism to replicate it. And through that, then we sort of know what does it really physically mean when you got infected. Because I want to study biology, you have a lot of animations of what's happening when things are replicating. So I don't have an image here right now because it's probably copyrighted, but I can explain to you. So usually you have the RNA or DNA, but basically the last stage before becoming a protein is an RNA, so it's like a string of molecules. And there's this thing called ribosome like this. They will catch that and then start to translate it into proteins where there's an entry point of amino acids that comes in and they link with each other, becomes longer. So you have a long chain of protein. And then once it's being translated, then it will fold itself because there's molecular interaction within itself. And I find that action really like knitting. So I thought that might be a really good idea to have people perform that to envision what's happening in their cell if they got infected by virus. So I translated with the help of Xiangling, who is an amazing knitter, like by every molecule or base pair to translate structure of the protein into knitting structures. And then I ask people to join the project where we have a bi-weekly meeting and where we knit at the same time talking about different topics of COVID, sort of like group consultation. And then people start to talk about, well, I actually enjoy COVID because then I have the quiet moment, even though it's really sad what's happening out there, but there are already this bit of that I enjoy. We also talk about the date because most of us are based in the Netherlands and Taiwan, and it happened to overlap with the time when the Netherlands start to have the vaccination. So we also talk about how does it feel? Do we anticipate to be vaccinated? And how does it feel when you experience that community of people who come in to be vaccinated? And for me, it was a bit exciting, but then at the same time, afraid. So, all these kind of conversations, you don't usually come up with a friend because during the time when everybody's having quarantine, I had the feeling that everyone feels that you have to be politically correct to address the right words. And you cannot freely express yourself because it might go into a direction that you won't want. And this platform, by knitting and appreciating the colors, because I intentionally choose the colors to be baby color, so it becomes more friendly and then puts you out of that context. And then it developed into an installation and the performance of embodiment where the performer explore the notion and you sort of see how everything entangled together because the materiality of it, as if how the pandemic is. And then it was also performed in Taiwan after 3-4 months, which happened to be also the time when Taiwan started to have the first few cases that I think the pandemic is not going to be controlled then. So we also have a shamanic performance. And this project has the shamanic notion in there because it also started with shaman are the people who engage with diseases when there weren't science. But now the biologists are like the shaman of our scientific time when they're the ones that communicate with viruses. So I'll show you a video. It's just a short part of those two performances with each other, so you can see them in action. So on the left-hand side, the performer is trying to mimic the action that's happening in our cell, where the membrane is wrapping genetic information of the virus, and then becoming the virus wrapped with the membrane and leaves our cell, becomes individual, and start to infect the others. While on the right-hand side, the performer is trying to borrow the elements from shamanic practices and trying to provoke our connection with the virus. That's a part of it. And you can also hear the sound now. Some of the sounds were from the lab instruments, lab equipment. That becomes sound instruments. Then I'll go to the next one. In 2023, in 2023, we start to think COVID is just another flu. And so we decided to do another virtual performance. That was in one of a space in the mountains in Taiwan, where even though it looks like an enclosed space, but animals can go in freely. And then we have this more like peacemaking process that we have with the virus. And then now it's more in the space that's with the nature. That's our uninvited guest, but I really welcome this presence. I think I forgot to mention the whole round thing is the coronavirus that's knitted. I try to be as scientific based and inspired as possible, so you also have a double layer of membrane. And the colors is also one of the surprising things that during the COVID time, somehow all the colors that came out in the image was very not so colorful, and I don't know why. I think the light is doing something with my project. Only until we make peace with Corona that I start to be able to find the right situation that I can do this colorful video shoots. And the performer is the same performer as the previous one, but this time he is not a shaman, he's just a person. So that's sort of, I think this project really take the virus as something that provokes what's inside ourselves. And at the same time, I was also looking at the integration between human and viruses. And I don't know how many of you actually know the fact that there's this virus sequence in our genome that makes the happening of our placenta. So if you take that gene out of our genome, there's no placenta. That means there's no mammals. And those kind of viruses are called endogenous virus. And that was also intriguing because that also brings the human-virus relationship much closer. So I did the whole genome sequencing of myself with a scientist, and they helped me to analyze what are the potential virus traits that's in my body, in my blood. And what was really fun is that, so you're seeing this threads that are exactly the same threads that ended the coronavirus, soaked in blood, where the blood was, I did it during quarantine, so I have to draw my blood myself, and then try to create this piece. And each one of them has the portrait of the potential virus that's in there, which includes HIV and what's that called, hepatitis B, and all that kind of disease-related viruses. But in fact, they are not causing any sickness, and they are probably from the ancient time. But also because our way of looking at viruses from the disease, they remain that name that's related with sickness, while it's just a piece of gene. And it was also accompanied with another video that's running through the whole human genome and marking every part of potential viruses that scientists have researched that they think is a viral origin in red. I don't have a video here right now, but actually the red is appearing almost every frame. So it's actually really surprising of how much we are integrated with the virus, and that in a way we are viruses and we cannot be separate from that. So basically this is my journey with the virus, and I hope I show you enough different aspects of how the viruses can bring us to. Well, thank you so much.
Right, thank you, Pei-Yun. So for the interest of time, let's have our next speaker, come up to give his paper, and then at the end of the three presentations, we can have a round of conversation and questions from the floor. So I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Franklin Jin, who's right behind me, who's a senior lecturer in cultural geography in the School of Geographical Sciences at the University of Bristol, UK. From 2011 to 2015, he was a lecturer in human geography at the University of Edinburgh. He is author of Domestic Wild, Memory, Nature, and Gardening in Suburbia, and co-editor of The Work That Plants Do, Life, Labor, and the Future of Vegetal Economies, and co-editor of Environmental Humanities. His research interests include critical plant studies, alternative environmentalisms, and non-human theory. His current research focuses on the politics and philosophy of plant life, including fieldwork in urban Pakistan and on anthropocenic landscapes in Scotland. Franklin has a PhD in geography from King's College, London.
Hi, this is going to be a wee bit different. I am a geographer. We had our lone anthropologist this morning. Are there any geographers in the house? No geographers. But I don't know if that's good or bad. It is unusual. Geographers are a bit like bed bugs. We're biomedically harmless, but we do tend to get everywhere. I've had bed bugs up on my mind recently. Don't know why. Not on my body. I'm clean. So I do work in the social sciences, but also somewhat in the humanities, and I have collaborated with artists, most recently on a project to do with growing plants in space, as in outer space up there, not space around here. But today I'm going to talk about my ongoing work in vegetal geographies in South Asia, mostly in Pakistan, but a bit in India more recently too. And a quick shout out to my collaborator on this project and this paper, Danish Mustafa, who's at King's College London. And this talk is part of my ongoing attempt to understand the investment made by, broadly speaking, the progressive post-humanist left. And so if there's a we in this talk, then I refer not to an abstract we, but to that group of scholars. those of us oriented to care in entanglement and opposed to the violent instrumentalizations of late settler capitalism and signed up to radical relationality. So I'm trying to understand R, and I'm presuming that most people here would sign up to that camp, to understand our investment in forms of intimate connection with non-humans, to, as the conference convener put it, tinker with ecological ruptures for more livable futures. Intimacy, as shown by feminist and queer scholars going back at least to Lauren Berlant's 1998 special issue, isn't just about interpersonal or interbeing relationships, but is shaped and is shaped by social arrangements which can be oppressive. Intimacy is non-innocent, and I'm interested particularly in non-innocent forms of vegetal attachment and vegetal intimacy that we, in the progressive post-humanist left, might find objectionable. So within plant studies, I think there have been three broad inspirations for the term. A term which is not just about the empirical extension of multi-species studies to non-animal life, but which takes the difference of plant difference very seriously. So three inspirations. First, new forms of scientific knowledge and work that might include Susan Simard's work on rhizospheric cooperation in forests, or Stefano Mancuso's work on plant intelligence. And of course, I know that it's not their work as individuals. I should probably be referencing their postdoctoral researchers, their funding agencies, the apparatuses of lab and field that hold their knowledge claims stable. So yes, I remember all the lessons of STS. So this work and more seems to show ways of being deeply attuned to the earth based upon interconnectedness rather than individualism. Second group of inspirations has been indigenous plant wisdoms, such as Robin Wall Kimmerer's work, in which she sets out to learn or relearn the grammar of animacy, Potawatomi ways of engaging plants as vital beings, as kin. And I would place alongside this Western advances in critical theory and philosophy into plant being. It's a slightly awkward move to place those two in the same bracket, but I think it does interesting things. The third place of inspiration in the plant turn has been the study of care and connection within practices that are not fully captured by capitalist ecology, but yet which are in capitalist ecology. Often working both with and against the grain of instrumentalization as entanglements thicken and care contaminates in what Anna Singh calls fugitive moments, signaling how relations between human and non-human are never fully circumscribed by the systems of alienation that may occur within, but elements of any association can exceed the patterning of their relations and foster non-innocent intimacy. So what this paper is going to do is examine what is created by the forms of vegetal intimacy between people and plants amid urban Pakistan's exclusionary urban ecologies. And this is based on my fieldwork, intermittent, some old, some ongoing, fieldwork with elite homeowners, nurserymen, Mali, which is the name given to working class gardeners, exclusively men, usually young men who've migrated to the city, and this is a sort of semi-skilled job they can do. Also interviews with military and state horticultural planners, and I did this in Islamabad, Lahore and Karachi, Pakistan's three largest cities. And if you don't know anything about Pakistan, the only one thing that you do need to know before I begin this talk, and I've already begun, as I continue this talk, is that it's an Islamic state. And in private domestic space, here as elsewhere, homeowners leverage their skill and the skills of the working class gardeners they employ to create landscapes signaling class power. In private housing estates, aesthetics dominate over ecology, with exotics such as date palms selected for their symbolic cachet rather than functions like providing shade or being drought tolerant. In military districts and in state horticultural planning, planting aims to provide a sense of greenery to satisfy the consumer, not the street vendor or working poor who have to navigate the city on foot or bicycle. Inequality is baked into these vegetal geographies. It exacerbates vulnerability to climate hazards, such as the right to shade being essential really in the face of urban heat island effects. So we have more prolonged periods of very high temperatures, 45 degrees plus. And of course, yet as multi-species geography, environmental humanities, more than human studies allow us to see, there is evidence of intimate and ethical relations with plants to be found within these unjust urban ecologies. The entrepreneurial nurseryman, for example, can leverage their horticultural know-how, their canny identification of fashions and trends, and deal-making skills to make quite a good living amid the elite circulation of commodities. But at the same time, these people will be able to talk quite emotionally of their love for certain plants. The Mali, the working class gardener, might use his client's gardens to, perhaps in a small secret corner at the side, grow plants that he prefers. It is always the he. Negotiating appropriate forms of plant love with his elite employers, often setting up a really interesting gender dynamic. So human-plant relations involving mutual care, labour and intimacy can emerge within unjust socio-ecologies. What thinking from Pakistan, I think, offers a chance to correct secular, Eurocentric, as well as indigenous understandings of what human-plant relationships distill. Such visions usually suggest human-plant relationships augur deeper understanding of plant being, environmental awareness, or earthy intimacy. And it took me some time to discern, much longer than it should have, that this kind of narrative doesn't stick in Pakistan. And so I've turned to the idea, which is titled my talk, of piety. The Pakistani state has taken upon itself the job of turning what is doctrinally and ethno-linguistically extraordinarily diverse society into its own narrow imaginary of an Urdu and English-speaking Sunni masculinist modern polity. In Pakistan, the ideal of piety repeatedly features in public discourse and seeps into private everyday interactions. Piety is generally associated with a religious disposition, seen as almost a collective orientation towards accepted articles of faith. Piety pushes people to conform, or perhaps seem to conform, to a pre-given script. And performing a sense of piety to others is essential. A pious disposition requires an audience. It is therefore a way of seeing and being in the world that must be thoroughly relational. And Saba Mahmood has outlined the contours of Islamic practice as a set of techniques for fostering certain pious virtues, such as humility, forbearance, love for family, acceptance of one's place and obligations as God-given. Pious Islamism also creates masculinities and femininities, seemingly at odds with secular individualism. Arsala Khan describes how liberal feminists would see pious Muslim women as failing to achieve self-actualization because they forfeit their agency to God and religious feeling, whereas these women themselves understand that they're cultivating virtuous dispositions through conscious bodily enactments of norms that they see as exemplary of a divine moral order. And what I want to underline here is that there is a certain rationality to piety. It's key. To present pious is not merely about conforming, but involves a sort of rational, reflexive self-fashioning through performance with others in ways that are consistent and thought through. Islamic piety, however, also engages secular culture, and in particular the market. And a range of work has examined how neoliberalism and Islamic ethics conjoin to frame economy as a spiritual concern. So you have the Islamization of neoliberalism and the neoliberalization of Islam. So piety is not a question of pre-social religious belief or necessarily just creed. It's a general indication of how religious, moral, normative ideas and symbols weave into people's everyday intimacies. So what I'm getting to here, having reviewed some of the ideas around what piety is and how it's mobilized, What I'm getting to is a proposition that piety is a way of shaping nature, that although based in a religious domain, extends way beyond it. Piety moves us beyond the world of individualism, or individuals in relation. It also removes any easy access to pre-cultural non-humans. And so what I want to do in the remainder of this talk is run through 3 forms of pious natures. And they're going to be roughly speaking of the domestic scale, the wider political circuit, and commodity. So domestic gardens are places animated by plant intimacy. Growing a garden requires carefully attending to plants' proclivities in a relational field of expression. And while positive affective engagements can ensue, usually do, through registers of enchantment, satisfaction, or sensory engagement, gardening always also has its darker sides: killing, weeding, participation in commodity chains. That's me essentially summarizing the very, very vast literature on gardening and plant interactions into 2 sentences. And if you go and examine a garden anywhere, you can find that stuff. But unlike in the Western gardens that I and others have studied, there's a pervasive sense of spirit. As one homeowner put it, quoting, "I have a bit of a spiritual connection, and I think I see God's creation at its very best." This is them speaking about their garden. "I feel like I'm witnessing the act of creation. That makes me happy. Each seed that sprouts and germinates is an act of creation, and it does it with the new freshness." Another gardener: "Roses talk to me, and I'm not making this up. Roses call me over and say that something is changing in it." Others talked of a sense of spiritual intimacy that arose from their garden. To quote, "I enjoy gardens like a good book. You don't remember a good book, but it sinks into your memory and emotions. It becomes like a purity all experience. It provides spiritual food." Others spoke of plants bringing them closer to God and as provoking contemplation of God's gifts. And this sort of pious performance of seeing plants as part of God's creation was a regular, if for reasons probably to do with my positionality and the positionality of the interaction between me and a Pakistani elite, it was generally quite underplayed, but it was always, not always, but usually present. Seldom dwelt on in great depth, more integrated into wider conversations about plant choices, relations with gardeners and nurseries, and so on. So contrary to Western readings which suggest plant-human relations expose plant agency, plant individuality, plant expression, here the plant is actually revealed as part of creation, and a performance of a sense of piety before the wonder of vegetal reproduction. The point of this domestic vegetal intimacy is not about connecting to plants, but connecting through plants, with plants as translators of God's nature. So sitting in a well-manicured garden, a keen gardener in Islamabad told us that there is a saying in Pakistan which you will hear: "If you can look after a garden, you can look after the country." Here he's signaling how our interviewee, how he believes Pakistan should be: orderly, with a mix of native and exotic species, arranged according to a particular grammar, combining foreign and domestic influences. So the forms of domestic pious plant intimacy that I outlined just now are mobilized here for wider political ends. Plants become a mean to signal certain politics. Later in this interview, he took a phone call, and talking to his acquaintance on the phone, he said to his acquaintance, "You must talk to these international researchers. If you talk to them about your garden, this will help cultivate an image of soft Pakistan." Soft Pakistan being a key slogan from the 1990s and early 2000s Musharraf era of the thawing of relations between the US and Pakistan, in which they were striving, the president and the elite were striving to present Pakistan as a country the West, and particularly America, could do business with. But this sort of internationalist sense is not widely held or uniformly held across Pakistan. most of the plants that you would see or buy, so in horticulture, all right across the country, come from a place called Patoki, which is a peri-urban area on the outskirts of Lahore in central Punjab. And the more working class owners of these large nurseries are from the Aryan caste of Punjabi farmers who historically have been associated with horticulture and vegetable growing. And the Aryan community has been a locus of the purist Wahhabi Sunni Islam of the Saudi variety since the 1980s. The community has been a source of many recruits for the jihadi infrastructure that the Pakistani military has used for its proxy wars in Kashmir and Afghanistan. So these are quite radical folk who are also more or less in charge of the way that horticulture and plants circulate through Pakistan. And so one such nursery owner with a spiritual connection to plants, in particular roses, which he breeds, showed how piety is rooted in, yes, personal intimacy with God's creation, but that becomes integrated into wider pious norms. So he bred a whole load of roses and given them all names. So my number one variety of rose is Hafiz Osman, who's an Ottoman calligrapher. It's a striped red variety and lasts longer than 15 days. He then went on in a very long monologue to list the namesakes of all the other roses he bred. One named after a family elder, one named after a right-wing journalist, one named after Dr. Kadir, the rogue atomic scientist of Pakistan, one named after Iqbal, the national poet, one after Imran Khan, the now ousted populist right-wing president, one after Nawaz Sharif, another right-wing politician, and a long list of various military generals. Also, somewhat incongruously in the middle of the list was Barbara Bush. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking there, but who knows. Anyway, the point is that beyond the traditional symbols of patriotism like flag waving, national songs and banners, the roses and plants get dragooned into the national pietist registers for patriotic virtue signaling. And then commodity piety, the final section before I conclude. Plant nurserymen like this rose breeder are, most of them, making a lot of money. The one nursery I saw a 100-year-old fig tree, recently imported from Italy. That was for sale for about £2,000. Other nurseries, you will see large stands of date palms imported from Dubai being grown up to be sold as ready-grown instant plants, £300 to £500 each. And as one nursery owner explained, this show-off mentality meant the trend is for the costliest foreign plants. So how can we explain this apparent contradiction of plants being about pious intimacy and connection with God and a nationalist register with this preference for exotic, costly plants? So over the last few decades, the use of consumption to Islamify capitalism has become common, going well beyond explicitly religious items, so to encompass things like Islamic ringtones, video games, soft drink brands, Islamic Barbies, although not in the film, Islamic clothing, etc. And rapid urbanization in Pakistan hasn't led to particularly large, wealthy middle class, but it has created a great many lower middle class urbanites eager to consume. But what these lower class urbanites and the elite share is a vision of modernity in which anything parochial, anything to do with the rural Pakistan or traditional society spells the form of backwardness. It is rather through connections with the wider world and global fashion that symbolize desirable individual agency, presenting subject as rational and forward-thinking. And this is part of the broader dynamics, of course, of late capitalism in which citizenship and identity becomes wrapped up with consumption, but also flavored with the need to display modern-looking types of Islamic piety. Also, I should say, pan-Islamic piety. So this stretches beyond the nation state to create an imagined Islamic consuming subject, which goes quite some way to explain why exotic plants are grown in Pakistan and not others. So if you go to the massive military-associated real estate developments, this will probably be quite a shock, but the military has morphed into essentially elite residential housing estate managers in about 5% of the urban area of Pakistan, which is where a great many of the elite now live. But they're a dominant feature of the urban, generally marked aesthetically by broad date palm-lined avenues and exotic plants and grasses adorning private parks and gardens, often replete with religious iconography. As one military horticultural planner, which is a slightly strange thing to say, this is a man part of the military whose job is horticultural planning, put it, while he does look at designs from America and Europe, he especially liked the modern and excellent landscaping in UAE, United Arab Emirates, or Dubai. Senior military officers simply will order the use of exotic plants, primarily inspired by, when they had gone on a trip to Dubai. So the Dubai aesthetic begins to dominate. As another horticulturist for a private real estate development described this link between religious piety and profit, quoting, "I gave a suggestion once to the chairman of the housing estate that we must not use imported plants, we should use local plants. He knows all 4 plants," implying that he's a moron who knows nothing about horticulture, and is deeply impressed by Dubai. So when it is the holy month of Ramadan, he tries to give it rapid impact by planting date palms. Date palms, of course, dates being considered a blessed fruit, because it's what the Prophet broke his fast with, because the chairman wants to sell properties. So we have a certain exotic date palm aesthetic dominating in order to sell properties at a particular time of year. So while the desire and experience of plant intimacy for homeowner, nurseryman, planner, or Mali might be real, it always relays into broader cultural forms. And what emerges here is plants as commodities that evoke a sense of global Islamic belonging and citizenship. So we might reflect in concluding on the colonial dynamics at play. As Dipesh Chakrabarty reminds us, the lines of coloniality are more blurred and mixed than ever, not just the modern West and the rest, but also the late modernizers, the non-European moderns, and many more besides. Chakrabarty points to the continued jostling of de, post, and anti-colonial politics. And the analysis I presented here is not decolonial. It's worth underlining the very basic point that in studying human plant cultures from the global south, one does not necessarily find decolonial praxis. If anything, the fusing of capital, nation, and Islam is classic post-colonial hybridity, where echoes of British colonialism recede in the advance of pan-Islamic attachments to certain international grammars. In thinking about plants from Pakistan, I've tried to provincialize the liberal post-humanist impulse to look for progressive opportunities amid multi-species entanglement. Here, pious natures that are distinctly different emerge, where vegetal intimacy is a conduit to God's creation, plants, the material embodiment of Allah's beneficence and grace, latched to a sense of nationalist and pan-Islamic consumerist piety. Thank you.
Thank you, Franklin. That was very interesting. And I'm delighted to introduce our third speaker, Sophie Guo. Sophie is an art historian and curator based in London. She recently submitted her doctoral thesis titled Bioimaginaries, the Art of China and its Diasporas in the Age of Biotechnology. Her work dwells into the intersections of biotechnology and contemporary art in Sinophone cultures, with a particular focus on the body, gender, sexuality, race, and microbial ecology. In the past, she has worked on exhibitions and research projects at the Barbican Art Gallery, Art Pioneer Studio, and various other art galleries. Sophie has given talks at a range of art institutions, most recently at the Cultural Institute, Princeton University, the OCAD Institute in Beijing, Chisinau Gallery, University of Montreal, and City University of Hong Kong. Her writing has appeared in Cultural China, Cultural China 2021, the Contemporary China Center Review, Mediations, Tate Research Center, Asia, Art Review, Wallpaper, Ocula, and many more. So, welcome, Sophie.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Fisher and Wendy for so thoughtfully putting together this program, and also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Wendy too for so carefully guiding me through the long journey of my doctoral research, from which I developed this conference paper. First, I would like to say that I've made an adjustment. Initially, in my conference lecture, I said that I wish to cover 2 videos, but later realized I was too ambitious to cover 2 within a limit of 20 minutes. So I decided to focus solely on 1 video work. Thank you so much. Called Xenophoria. That the Hong Kong artist Jess Fan made between 2018 and 2023. Now Jess Fan divided his time between New York and Hong Kong. Through Xenophoria, I will explore how Fan's creations unpack enduring cultural imaginaries surrounding contagion, the concept of the other, and racial politics within the biotechnical landscape shaped by molecular biology. I'll give special attention to the visual technology and film strategies he employs, including the incorporation of microscopic vision and close-ups. Additionally, I'll discuss how the creation of interspecies intimacies may be perceived as a minoritarian cultural strategy, or what Michel Foucault referred to as subjugated knowledges. Jess Fan held a workshop called Obscure Functions, Experiments in Decolonizing Melanin at Recess in Brooklyn in 2018. Together with a group of participants, they explored the synthesis, isolation, and study of eumelanin, which is a substance typically recognized as the natural pigment in human skin, but which actually exists across a diverse range of living organisms. This research provided the foundation for his subsequent video work, Xenophoria, which he developed 2 years later. From here, you can see that Fan's practice is very much research-based, and you can see there is a tree chart that kind of details the influences and his research about melanin. And from the left-hand side, you can see melanin is a pigment that's used for anti-radioactive kind of use in space kind of exploration. Ruminating on the racialized discourse of contagion within colonial history, the artist used genetically modified Ecology to model melanin in this project. As he said, I quote, "Living in Hong Kong under British colonial rule and also living in the US for 10 years now, I have observed how racial fear often runs parallel to our fears of microbial contaminations." In Xenophoria, melanin modeled by bacteria is examined closely under the microscope, where it appears not as inert but as trembling and accumulating, as if undergoing a biochemical reaction. Playing on a slow flow, the silent film incorporates microscopic vision, tactility reminiscent of ASMR effects, and close-up shots to conduct a hallucinatory search for melanin in human and more than human sources. An insect being pulled out from a squid, a dark brown pigment being scraped from the mushroom cap with a scalpel, black hair, and a dark brown eye.
These shots are interspersed with those of scientific experiments with melanin in the laboratory, followed by close-up shots of medical portraits of Chinese patients by Lan Kwa. He was among the first Chinese portrait painters to be shown and gain publicity in Europe and North America in the early 19th century. Firstly, Fan's featuring of melanin model on bacteria raised crucial questions about the intersections of biological and political notions of race and contagion. A genealogical tracing of the intertwined development of racial science and colonial medicine in the 19th century reveals that raciology inherently incorporates health-related discourses, such as racial immunity and racial deficiencies in terms of body and behavior. This perpetuates notion of non-white races as contagious. Scientific racism was primarily formulated to serve the purposes of colonial conquest and population management, and it continued to justify racial segregation in the post-war era. Just Fan's strategic deployment of melanin as infectious microbes at a microscopic scale, on one hand, compels us to re-examine these historical conditions under which race was constructed as a biological category. On the other hand, he puts pressure on both this racialized biomaterial and the assumptions of our current political landscape, where inequality persists through the normalization of certain racial and gender and gender biases. As Reset's program director G. Wellesley explained, Fan's project allowed visitors to feel a fundamental feature of people of color skin as sheer materiality, divorced from the encounter with the human bearer. The close-up shots of melanin on a petri dish, the scientific work in a clean lab environment, and the state of biopigment seen under the microscope suggests about technological or pharmaceutical research into the very biomaterial that determines skin color. It's normally on a molecular scale that's beyond what the eye can see. It draws our attention to the cultural condition of race within the context of biomolecular science. Michael Kiva's Becoming Yellow explores the notion of yellowness and shows that this label originated not in early travel texts or objective documents or descriptions, but in the 18th and 19th century scientific discourses on race. In clinical pharmacology and anthropology, research on skin color continued to evolve and become more complex in the 20th century. By 1939, the outdated theory categorizing human skin color variation as black, white, yellow, and red had fallen out of favor. It was replaced by the melanin theory, which perceives that skin color variation is determined solely by the level of melanin and melanoid. In 1952, eugenicist R. Ruggles Gates further discredited the four colors hypothesis and introduced the use of spectral photometer to measure the skin color of human groups evolved in interracial grouping, or crossing more precisely. He suggested that the yellowish skin color of the Chinese may be due entirely to dilute melanin. Racial science in the aftermath of World War II has been intimately tied to political aims aimed at preventing racial amalgamation. A review of how race was invented and pathologized during colonial times, which I've just touched on briefly, reveals that it's insufficient and imprecise to describe race merely as a social construct. This is because race is not a biologically determined category with political implications. Instead, it's a politically constructed category that has been wrongly presented as a biological one to legitimize racial divisions and injustices. Here I want to bring in Paul Gilroy's work. For him, race refers primarily to an impersonal discursive arrangement, which is the brutal outcome of the world's raciological ordering, rather than its cause. Racism is a product of race that is invented by racial science, rather than the other way around. Gilroy points out that the category of race has been destabilized by molecular biology at the turn of the 21st century. It was also influenced by other biotechnological advances that brought into bodily space at a scale far beyond the observational surface of comparative anatomy. In other words, as the body is reconfigured into code and information under the technological conditions of molecular biology and genetics, it's almost plausible to say that we have entered a post-racial era, because identity and health conditions are now determined by DNA and other molecular markers rather than phenotype, where social-political meaning was originally inscribed. Though hinting at the colonial construction of race and the racialization of contagion, Fan's provocative gesture of modeling melanin on bacteria somehow visualizes only the abstraction of this biological substance. By visualizing the organic substance under the microscope and disentangling it from its conventional racial implications tied to human skin, Fan challenges traditional conceptions of race that hinge on phenotypical difference in skin color. In doing so, the artist effectively liberates the biopigment from a racialized semiotic system, thereby unsettling both the foundations and outcomes of racial segregation and othering. Through this act, he decolonizes the melanin from the oppressive political system known as the chromatic racial skin, which was established during the era of colonial conquest. By reassociating melanin with substances from a diverse range of other organisms, such as cuttlefish, molds, and fungi, the artist seeks to weave the biomaterial within the alternative semiotic system, and in so doing, he reimagines melanin as a crucial medium for forging interspecies knots. I suggest that arranging historical representation and racialized matter into a neat discursive system epitomizes what Foucault called an act of insurrection of subjugated knowledge. Subjugated knowledges are those that are suppressed, masked, or buried by official history, functional arrangements, or systematic organizations. These knowledges are also disqualified as non-conceptual knowledges, as insufficiently elaborated knowledges, naive knowledges, hierarchically inferior knowledges, knowledges that are below the required level of erudition or scientificity. This subjugated knowledge is manifested through the alternative semiotics of melanin and the slow camera movement in xenophoria. The aesthetic strategy that the artist deployed in his work. These elements evoke sensations of uncertainty, contemplation, delirium, tenderness, violence, tactility, and perhaps even eroticism. Now I'll play the short clip. It's a silent film. Jess told me that he wanted to incorporate ASMR sound, but later kind of decided to just use the visual to convey the ASMR effects. You can always catch me during the break or at the blind reception to kind of watch the video more fully. Yeah. The gaze of the camera gently sweeps upwards along the bare shoulder of the man with an enormous tumor on his face, as depicted in Lampoir's medical portrait. In extreme close-up proximity, the camera's movement helps at the lower section of the tumor, showing only its bottom contour without unveiling the full mass. Commissioned by the American physician and medical missionary Peter Parker, the visually striking works of Lampoir depict the pathology of the Chinese body. These depictions are often presented as diptych, showing patients' physical states before and after surgery. Their purpose extended beyond merely providing a visual record of pathology. They were also intended to describe the Chinese character to curious Westerners. The Chinese patients in Lampoir's medical portraits are frequently depicted with calm, impassive expressions, as if unconcerned about pain and inconvenience caused by their massive tumors. Lampoir's portrayal of his sitters' emotional reserve might have been made upon request from his commissioner, who aimed at present a sort of Chinese Stoic to Western audiences. To some extent, his medical portraiture functions as what Fan describes as a technology in creating the idea of otherness. However, Fan's close-up representation of this painting diverges from how Lampoir's work is typically interpreted and represented. Fan's shots brings out the erotic undertones present in Lampoir's representation, and in one of the documentary of this artist, Jess Fan said was kind of asking why the sitter's shoulder has to be bare. So it's a bare shoulder. In another sequence, the camera zooms in to highlight the irregular bulbous form of a tumor with a large mole on the patient's face. This is a result of an accumulation of melanin produced by cluster melanocytes. The rounded, swollen appearance of the tumor is mirrored by the globular glass sphere filled with a dark mixture of melanin and water, bubbling slowly on the voluptuous curvilinear surface of a human body, from the clip you just saw. Indeed, Fan refers to the curved orbs in System 2, which is the kind of insulation sculptural assemblage on the on the left-hand side. And Fan refers to those curved orbs as tumors, alluding to the unsettling and yet captivating medical portraiture by Lampoir. These are the matter and representation that deployed in constructing the racial other. However, otherness, which is usually fraught with uncomfortable associations and resistant ethos, is approached quite differently in Fan's work. His filmy abstraction through close-up shots alleviates the repulsiveness of the tumor, instead emphasizing its curvaceous aesthetic form. The intimate installation on the breathing, warm, sensuous Asian body imbues the brown glass with entrancing liveliness and queer beauty. Sinophone studies scholars Shi Shumei and François Lyonnais have argued for the concept of minor transnationalism. It focuses on the diverse and intricate cultural expressions of minorities and its diasporic subjects. This strategy moves beyond the traditional emphasis on resistant, if not reactionary, modes of cultural practice against major cultural narratives, while indeed uncovering the historical construction of race and its association with the notion of contagion. I contend that Fan's work aims to go beyond the mere politics of recognition. The politics of recognition is a binary model, often assumes that minority groups are perpetually engaged in either resistant or assimilative relationship with the dominant culture. I'll explore further how and in what form subjugated or minoritarian knowledge is created in xenophoria. The work's title, Xenophoria, is a variation of xenophobia, signifying its opposite, which is a love of the foreign or other. The term is derived from the name of a species of a carrier shell called Xenophora, which attaches foreign objects like other shells, pebbles, and small pieces of rocks onto its own body. The artist's fingers are seen gently caressing the mollusk shells and rocks attached to the carrier shell. The close-up shots of Xenophora highlights the artist's keen interest in exploring alternative models of relationship between the host and the foreign body in nature. Finding himself akin to this peculiar xenophilic sea snail, also known as the artist snail, Fan utilizes the medium of video to imitate this animalistic impulse, one beyond what our minds can rationalize or comprehend. The artist's delirious search for melanin in a constellation of human and modern human sources, including squid insects, mushroom caps, body hair, irises, moths, is captured in the intimate space of the close-up shots. These close-ups provoke a feeling of tangibility and intimacy. The close-up turns that which is under the camera into a quasi-tangible thing, generating an intense phenomenological experience of presence. At the same time, the vividly perceived entity also becomes a symbol or text, a surface inviting interpretation. The close-up focuses on a series of hands extracting melanin from its natural sources, whether from a squid or fungi, enhances the intense tangibility and profound intimacy. Some of the actions are violent, peeling the black membrane off the squid, squeezing it until its insect bursts, and scraping the black pigment from the mushroom cap. This visceral exploration is followed by a tactile inquiry, as his fingers rub against each other, examining the deep stain of black pigment. This series of intimate tactile interactions of the natural sources of melanin achieves a materialized perception that allows fingery eyes to literally plunge the viewers into the experience. With fingery eye, I'm kind of refer to Donna Haraway's exploring of one of her PhD students' term. Here. Functioning as a search engine, the fingery eyes effect is anchored in the destabilization of scales, bridging the gap between sight and touch. Both microscopic imagery and close-ups contribute to this scale shift. For Donna Haraway, fingery eye facilitates a process of becoming with, or to be more precise, becoming worldly. This aligns precisely with Fan's agenda in creating the film about melanin, as he has said. It's a pigment for many markers, how people draw the line of othering darker bodies. I find melanin in almost every single organism, whether or not people see it as alive. I want to make it more apparent that we all contain melanin. In Haraway's study, becoming worldly is often achieved when defamiliarized or previously unnoticed aspects of creatures are brought into view. This can occur through scanning electron microscopes or the haptic-optic junction of the camera. The latter is mediated by water, glass, and other medium in marine visual technology, normally. This materiality of melanin and its sources, which foster interspecies intimacy, becomes more pronounced due to the intensified chivalry ASMR effect when the film is played out on a freestanding large screen in a gallery setting. Him showing how the world was presented at Macalon Art Center in Beijing last year, where the screen was kind of shown as a freestanding object. For my final point, before I wrap up, the concept of becoming worldly, as articulated through Fan's intimate close-ups and abstract depictions of melanin under the microscope, which I would like to remind you that is an almost instrument of vision, evokes some of the earliest reactions to the introduction of the microscope as an optical device in late 19th century China. In her recent book, Transparency, Chinese Visual Modernity between 1972 and 1911, art historian Tang Hongfeng highlights the close relationship between the philosophical ideas of Kang Youwei and microscopic vision. Kang Youwei is a prominent Chinese political theorist. When he first gained access to a microscope in 1884, Kang was profoundly astonished by the instrument's transformative capabilities, allowing him to see a louse as if it were the size of a whale, and an ant as if it were the size of an elephant. And this led him to the realization that big and small are the same. This microscopic vision prompted him into realization of a relativist insight known as qitong. It means that all differences are relative and therefore meaningless, and this applies to race and nationality as well. Here, Kang Youwei integrated traditional concepts from Buddhist and Taoist thought into the microscopic world visualized by the microscope to probe the notion of a world of great unity, 大同世界. Fan's concept of becoming worldly, realized through visualizing melanin in a myriad of organisms via microscopic imagery, resonates with Kang Youwei's forward-looking utopian vision of universal equality. And this vision, transcending race and nationality, was inspired by the advanced media capabilities of the microscope of his era. Just to wrap up, Jess Fan draws from history and colonial archives to recontextualize the racial and biological markers commonly used to marginalize and pathologize minority and diasporic bodies. He familiarizes the historical modes of visual representation of the other. Fan strategically integrates sources of this black pigment from various species against different taxonomic orders, placing them in close proximity, and in doing so, he constructs an alternative knowledge system. Through this creation of interspecies intimacy, he seeks to liberate melanin, which is the racialized matter, from its role as a tool for colonial and post-colonial oppression. This approach effectively challenges the validity of race as a category of social distinction. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was so wonderful and so interesting. And I think to start off our conversation, I would like to ask about the concept of the idea of translation. In your research and your practice, throughout the last three presentations, I see that there are different acts of translation, right? Whether it's across living and non-living beings, whether it's across secular and spiritual realms, whether it's across like chemical signals, to kind of historical kind of phenomenology. So what are some strategies and kind of pathways during your research and your practice that you're navigating, issues of translation, or have there been moments of mistranslations and mistakes and bloopers or unexpected discovery because of that?
Do you want to go first? Give me some time to think.
Okay. So for me, translation is always like there. Also because probably I came from another discipline to art and design. And I think a correct translation is always tricky and difficult in the sense of that you always have to confirm whether the analogy is the right one. But at the same time, because the original term in its original space already have formed a web of connection with other concepts, so that translation, at least in my practice, helped me to explore the possible space, but undiscovered space much faster than without translation. And I think that's when the connotations emerges and become interesting. And I would say in a way it's an explorative strategy for me.
Yeah, I think I take translation back to Bruno Latour, actually, all the way back to the 1999 essay he wrote in Circulating Reference, which is one of the best things on translation, and how scientific knowledge and practice works through a series not of translating from world to knowledge, but through a series of micro-translations through different scientific practices, different ways of stabilizing, different communication strategies through to a paper. So there's no one big step ever in translating from world to knowledge, but a series of reverse. If the knowledge claim holds, the translation points should be reversible. And that's, I guess, was the model that he had for understanding science and technology studies. But then in his late work in Inquiry into Modes of Existence, he expanded that into his wider anthropology of the moderns to look at how other forms of knowledge have different ways of translating and different ways of verifying and strengthening their claims. So I guess in my work, what I came to, sort of by accident, was this translation from the ineffable, God, spirit, creation, through to the very tangible modes of intimacy. And the way that connection, the translation between that, the test for its veracity is very different to other forms of knowledge claim. So it's on the appearance in the person, and then through their piety and what they tell you and what they say, that anchors what has been translated from. So I guess in my mind, it's important to pay attention to the different ways that different domains of knowledge do translation differently.
Yeah, can I follow up on Payne's point? Because I also kind of wrote about her work for my doctoral research, and I found it intriguing to use how she used knitting as a way to kind of mimic the behavior of virus. And I found that in Donna Haraway's companion species, and in this particular chapter called Seeing Poesis, she kind of deploys a range of vocabulary and phrases associated with kneatings, like knots, knottings, that kind of vocabulary to kind of describe interspecies entanglement, and yeah. And also in Payne's work, I think it's really about this non-binary relationship between human and microbes being. Yeah. That's quite interesting kind of about translation.
Well, that's a great segue into. I wonder if the speakers have any questions for each other. After listening to each other's talks, putting you on the spot back again.
I need a bit of moment.
Well,
this isn't very formulated, but the word revulsion is coming into my mind for some reason. I think looking at some of the bodily images or the way that interacts with the virus, I was feeling a little queasy, but that's because I'm a bit of a wimp. I can't deal with stuff like that. But also to connect to my own talk, a sense of the liberal critic having a certain form of revulsion at this silly spiritual intimacy. So maybe there's something on the potential of the effect of revulsion in, I don't know if that's something you've thought about.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I'm super captivated by how you can reject the notion of interspecies intimacy or vegetal from a transcendental posthumanist, that transcendental kind of thoughts that's often categorized post-human brand of discursive sort of thoughts, right? To kind of associate it with more kind of political aspects and geopolitical particularity of Pakistan culture.
Well, yeah, I mean, there seems to be a role of revulsion in terms of building resistance, right? Building kind of anger or just kind of countering kind of agency and force. So I guess that could be a way to think about how revulsion or perversity, right, could work in kind of post-colonial discourses and so on. I see that there is a question from the floor.
This one has run out of batteries.
Yeah.
Should I take one and you can share two? Or shall I
Thank you, Sri, for all wonderful presentations. I particularly like Frank Winswell without the single slide. Yeah, that reminds my time in Europe where people were encouraged to do the whole presentation without slides. Anyway, I have a question for Franklin too. By the way, I'm a sociologist, possibly the only one here. So, yeah, I think in your talk, I can sense that class actually plays a really important role there. So would you mind elaborating a bit on the role of class playing in the relationship between humans and plants in life? Thank you.
Yeah, I realized I was coming somewhere with art in the title and that my social science aesthetic for my slides, I could just leave it at the door and it would probably be better. Class, yeah, it's really important. So the Mali, the working gardener who's most of them are like a younger generation, but some of them are disinterested. Some of them are highly, highly skilled horticulturalists who will go under an older guy who's been doing it for decades and is high in demand. The ironic thing is that the negotiation of plant intimacy in the domestic sphere between these working class gardeners who basically they'll have up to like, I don't know, a dozen or maybe 20 different gardens that they tour around. There's a really interesting negotiation, not just based on class, but often on gender. I mean, I find it's probably about women tend to be in charge of the garden space more than men, but it's probably like 60-40%. It's not like one or the other. And so you get the double difficulty of negotiation between an elite female homeowner and this working class gardener. The irony for the Mali is that the best customer is the one who knows nothing about plants, because they can basically get away with doing all sorts of dodgy things and skimming off lots more money. But their vision of what they would do with the garden space is one of complete rejection of this elite aesthetics. It's like, why are you not using this productively? Which isn't, that's going to sound much more reductive than I mean it to, because it's not like they're just thinking about the garden space as a productive landscape. They also have room for emotional investment and love in particular crops or forms of plants. So it's not like the two worlds are completely separate.
You mentioned that the jihad controls circulation of the plants, and I'm just wondering what kind of plant they control and how that affect the economy and the production.
Probably about 2/3 of the plants that circulate, they would grow.
Yeah, like vegetables or?
Less vegetables, I guess. That's on a sort of separate circuit. Yeah.
Thank you for all your wonderful presentations.
I have just a simple question that I found that domestication or taming, like somehow resonates among your presentation. So would you like to elaborate a little bit more about this seemingly one-dimensional or one-directional or imbalanced relationship of domestication or taming? Thanks.
Do you want to go, Donna Haraway?
Do you want to respond?
I have no Donna Haraway, so. Well, I think, I'm not too sure if the taming is all the same with all three of us research. But I think in my case, at least in the context that I was looking at taming before COVID, was that the human have to change more than the viruses. So it's a little bit different from how we tame the wolf to become dogs. But then you also observe people who have dogs or have cats become tamed by them. So you also see that like counter behavioral change because of the coexistence of each other. And I find that quite interesting. I guess also in your research, then the religious part also come into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also want to ask you, like, because very often, at least in Taiwan, where you know that the, like, really bluntly speaking, in general, the ideology is always that the West is a little bit more dominant in general. So very often the non-Western countries have this like mixture or camera of beliefs. And do you also observe that in Pakistan? And what do they have that kind of mixture, mixed feeling or mixed behavior towards their relationship with plants?
Yeah, totally. It's like the aesthetic is relentlessly mixing all sorts of colonial echoes, a lot of imitation of British or English style gardening among the elite. It's a complex place. I wouldn't want to suggest that every single homeowner I talked to was invoking God and creation. A lot of them were talking much more about modern landscaping practices or certain forms of plant growing and gardening. So it is mixed, but there's people are looking in a complex way in lots of different directions at once, and you end up with these quite contradictory spaces and practices.
Do you think a mixture happens at that point that's less brutal? Like very often if the culture collide with another culture, like in the post-colonial conversation, it can become really brutal. But when it's being extended to the non-human, you think it becomes a little bit more gentle and open in a way?
I don't know, that's an interesting question in your presentation as well, the degree of open and welcoming hospitality to the non-human and softening that.
Yeah, I think Vision's question is super interesting. Another video where I didn't have the chance to play by Jess Van was called Palimpsest, and in that video, he kind of he started thinking about the relationship between his kind of non-human collaborator and like in his art making. So basically, he worked with the pearl farming industry in Hong Kong, and then kind of work with farmers and scientists from Hong Kong University to kind of develop a kind of bunch of pearl producing oysters. And he kind of put nuclei, like he put the 4 characters, 东方之珠, pearl of the Orient, into the oysters. And after 3 years, he found that the oyster is secrete nacre to envelope and coat the character and kind of absorb it into its system. But actually, for oyster, it's like a defensive system, and it's something that the oyster produce that's valuable and it's kind of waiting to be extracted in the way. I kind of feel that the interspecies relationship is something for him to metaphorically use for kind of mirroring what he thinks about post-colonial Hong Kong subjects. Something that is impure in its origin and something has been kind of perceived as the peril of Orient by both Westerners and by both the American and British colonizers, and also kind of Chinese government later. So Hong Kong is something that exists between colonizers.
Really interesting talks. Regarding the plant term, also in general the multi-species term, Michael Meyer has put some interesting arguments on the table about plant cognition, the extension of intelligence to the body. And I'm wondering the whole time about this connection between cognition and intimacy. I don't want to say intelligence and intimacy, because obviously intelligence as a concept has also been racialized. But getting back to ideas earlier on consent, this extension of empathy seems to imply some kind of recognition of the cognition of the more than human, whether it's the squid, it's obviously a highly intelligent cephalopod, or the plant that might have some kind of possibility of cognition. So I'm wondering about if that's something that you've thought about, this recognition of cognition to allow intimate spaces between species.
I kind of feel that in Jess Van's work, intimacy is something that he used to produce epistemological shift about the concept of kingship or the other, but not something that is like the non-human bears intelligence, because I saw from the photos from like his workshop, after he kind of engaged with the squid, they fried them and ate them. It's part of his kind of thinking. Maybe he should think about that.
Well, I guess on that note, I guess on the note of kind of taming and contamination and consent, I guess I have a closing quote from Ursula Le Guin, who says that everything you touch, you change, and everything you change changes you. So change is the constant truth. So I guess that's how I hope all of you come out of this talk and these presentations with something changed in your mind and your relationships with the world and with others. So thank you again to the speakers.
Hi everyone, thank you very much for your stillness just now while we watched Amy, Lien and Enzo Camacho's short film called Wings Becoming. My name is Michelle Roy Lundod. I'm director at Asymmetry Art Foundation, and it's a pleasure to be here and see our first international symposium come to life at the Courtauld in close collaboration with Wenny and of course Feitian, our postdoc fellow. There you are. Thank you for putting together this engaging program of scholars, thinkers, writers, artists, and curators coming together and delving into the convergence of art, science, and ecology, propelled by energies of intimacy, attachment, and interspecies and multi-species relationships. Following our co-organized lecture series earlier this year of the same title, which saw artists Xin Yicheng, Xin Liu, Lotus, Laurie Kang, and Trevor Young, as well as curators, writers Alvin Lee, Joni Zhu, Zhang Xiaowen, and Tu Chang take to the stage here at Lecture Hall 2. And of course, as always, thank you to our lovely and loyal audience and new faces for dropping in. Today is far from over. Nonetheless, we're already deep into conceptualizing our second cycle of the lecture series in contemporary Chinese and Sinophone art taking place next spring. So please keep your eyes peeled. And now I have the pleasure to speak about Yu Hua, Wings Becoming, a 16mm film over just 6 minutes by artist duo Amy Lian and Enzo Camacho. I probably couldn't put better into words what artist and writer Sean D. Henry Smith has already written about the work when it opened at 47 Canal, Lian and Camacho's long-term gallery in New York last spring, and I quote, "Jolted in flight, a flock of fire-bodied butterflies, like the color behind eyelids, flicker across the black screen. They overwhelm the darkness as they gather, pile, and separate. As ambering whispers explode into glistening, a single butterfly renders in its inverted form, fibrous, occupying air, pauses, allowing itself to be admired after transporting us into the waking world. Not insects, but handcrafted beings become drawings of organic matter, ever animate. The butterflies slowly congregate again in this familiar but unrecognizable realm, the garden that they occupy." A cosmological system is presented here through 16mm film. The film loops on and a ritual of fire ensues as a small barrel lined with joss paper is lit seemingly with the touch of flesh. One by one, butterflies are fed to flame, becoming fire-bodied, then flaking into their presumed disappearance, unquote. As the film zooms out and the wider environment comes into the picture, we realize that the minuscule, repetitive, ritualistic act of adding wing-shaped pieces of paper into the fire is in fact taking place on a small strip next to a busy motorway. From the exhibition text, we learn that the scene plays out along the FDR Drive in New York City, in walking distance of the gallery where the film was first shown. Henry Smith explains that the humble plot was self-initiated and is cared for by local Chinese residents, wanting to garden in their neighborhood, shifting what has been deemed dead space by its architects into a site of folk, cultural, and agricultural production. Lian and Camacho's investment in this plot in the form of deep witnessing and fire ritual centralizes its localness, a community addressing their specific needs, unseen and unsupported by the infrastructure they live within, and in fact undergirded by the very infrastructure and its co-management, while pointing to differing but certainly connected practices and conditions elsewhere, and I will come back to that. The joss paper plastered with the big golden character "show" standing for longevity, lining the bin turned fireball gives it away. In combination with other characters, "show" can either be used in, for example, to congratulate an elderly on a birthday, 祝寿, or a coffin, 寿期. As we watch pages of a daily calendar, there we go. As we watch pages of a daily calendar turn into ashes, the cycle of life and death demonstrated by the burning of paper takes on apparent meaning. The butterflies in their stop-motion movements from the first scene and the middle scene that have become flesh, resting on the strings or the garden soil, suddenly seem trapped. They certainly can't fly anymore. The butterfly continues to feature in Lian and Camacho's practice, as seen here in the image as well, and its transitory state is manifested in the ancient Taoist text of Zhuangzi, capturing the butterfly's transformation from being a free and careless being in a dream state conjured up by its narrator, also Zhuangzi, who is simultaneously the character, to waking up in the solid and unmistakably human form of a human. A transformation of multi-species process, accordingly Yu Hua, literally wings and becoming, is an old Chinese term meaning both becoming a butterfly and dying, highlighting the fluidity of what isn't anymore, but also what isn't yet. This fluid state of in-between processes is further solidified by the second character Hua, or how it is translated loosely as becoming, carrying the connotation of a chemical reaction, alluding to the cyclicity carried out on Earth and being returned to the Earth. In Lenin Camacho's collaborative practice, the cyclicity happens even on a material level. And we see here in the detail in the caption, the repeated use of onion skin, herbs, seeds, peels, stems, and other organic matters represent on a small scale a derivative of their long-term and multivalent research-based work, centered on the Philippines projecting outwards, involving marginalized communities and addressing localized iterations of labor and capital under post-colonial damages. Their collaboration of more than a decade integrates study, research, and politic into form. From the shadow of a motorway roadside garden in New York, highly likely to have disappeared by now, as part of a diasporic experience, to piecing together the aftermath and terror of a people experiencing massacre and land theft on Negros, an island on the Philippines, Lenin Camacho interrogate if contemporary art can be accountable for social movements. In both cases, a reclamation of site takes place, a protest practice known as bunkalan, in which, and here again I paraphrase and quote sources accompanying Lenin Camacho's exhibitions, groups of Filipino agrarian workers correct the long broken promise of land redistribution by occupying plots of land on large plantation properties and cultivating food crops instead of cash crops like sugarcane. They do this in open secret and under the threat of disruption and violence. This form of protest stems from the much longer full practice of workers growing their own food in unused pockets of plantation land to survive the several months-long period between planting and harvesting known as tiempo muerto, or dead time. The only time possible under the plantation present, during which sugarcane is left largely unattended, leaving many without work and wages. Here, as elsewhere, sugarcane, ever the cash crop that changed the world over, has taken precedence over feeding the island's people. For Lenin Camacho, bunkalan is part of an alternative history of the plantation, one that suggests links to other stories, other contexts, and one that punctures through the overwhelming sense of extinction that pervades the plantation to gesture towards an alternative future. From a non-European center, the land remains the earth, even under plantation logic. Operating outside of it is an effort resolute foremost in care and community. Bunkalan emplaces what Jamaican theorist Dr. Sylvia Wynter has described as a profound peasant sense of justice, based on the needs of the people who form the community. Some results of their long-term research practice can be experienced in Lenin Camacho's new exhibition and first institutional show in the region titled Offerings for Escalante, currently on display at Parasite in Hong Kong, which subsequently will travel to and in collaboration with Berlin CCA, Glasgow International, and MoMA PS1. I can highly recommend it. The title refers to a town in the plantation island of Negros in the Philippines, which gained significant international attention for the tragedy of the Escalante massacre in 1985. This episode of state violence against a people's where was I? The episode of state violence against a people's protest is emblematic of the ongoing struggle for landing and economic reforms in the Philippines, whose unjust political system is rooted in a history of colonial and imperial subjugation. No surprises there. Again, the butterfly's wings are present, frozen into the frames, together with imageries of island landscapes full of volcanoes, the sea, the stars, the sun and the moon, and sometimes a slab of a burning and piercing heart and skulls, referencing the unique co-practice of devout Catholicism and deep-rooted shamanistic religions and spiritual beliefs unique to the region. Once more, the spectator encounters a stop-motion video, and this time even a mobile installation of panels covered in onion skin and mirrors that disperse specks of light across the room, and culminating in their new research documentary film titled Langit Lupa, meaning heaven and earth. Through an interweaving of testimonials, observations, and materials forged over the course of an extensive period of research, the artists aim to shed light on the significance of collective remembrance and mourning in the fight for food sovereignty and land justice. it wouldn't be fair to regard wings becoming as a study for offerings of Escalante. Understanding both is understanding with the care that the collaborative duo apply in the rectification of rights of marginalized groups in relation to land sovereignty, extending beyond the slim strip on the motorway in New York City or the plantation villages in Lagos, resonating with similar social struggles in other locales, and alluding to alliances that could be forged in a collective resistance to the sweeping narratives of disposition and loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for this very poetic presentation, and good afternoon again. So I hope everyone got fully recharged after the coffee break and enjoyed the short screening. And it feels like a very mystical transition from the elements of fire in the film to something about water. And we are going to have our second keynote lecture given by Professor Minty Donna from University of Glasgow. And Minty will be sharing her artistic practice with water bodies with her collaborator Nick Miller, who is also sitting in the audience with us today. So Minty Donna is an artist and professor of contemporary performance practice at the University of Glasgow, and Minty works with matters or entities often described in Euro-American cultures as other than human, most recently rivers and rocks. In her practice, she treats other than human matters as a collaborator, acknowledging its liveness and agency, while also recognizing the limits and inequalities of other than human collaboration. Her practice takes multiple forms determined by the context in which she is working, but include performance, sculpture, participatory events, and writing. Minty's practice research is an attempt to both face up to an unsettled, ingrained human exceptionalism and its implications in extractive practices and climate emergencies. So I will hand it over to Minty, and please join me in welcoming our second keynote.
Well, I'll just start by saying thank you again to the organisers and to all the wonderful presenters that we've heard from already today. Can you hear me okay at the back? Yeah. Cool. Yes. It's been a really, really rich day, quite a long day, and I realise I'm coming at the tail end of quite a long day. Brilliant, thank you. But I just really appreciated having all brought together. I think a lot of what I'm going to say for this final keynote is there's going to be a lot of echoes of what has been said already. Hopefully not repetition in a boring way, but certainly echoes and resonances from previous presentations. So this afternoon I'm going to talk about the ongoing practice that provides the title for this talk, Guddling About. This practice, which explores diverse interrelations among humans, bodies of water and water infrastructure through more than human performance, began over 10 years ago, although my interest in water and waterways predates this. Guddling About is a collaborative project where I work with human artist Nick Miller, who's already been pointed out, alongside numerous aqueous and other non-human and human collaborators. And I'll talk further about collaboration, and specifically collaboration with other than humans later in the presentation. In the work that Nick and I are currently making, our focus has shifted from humans' interrelations with water to humans' interrelations with rocks and lithic matter. We're interested specifically in human lithic interrelations in the context of urban environments. Oops. Thank you. So yes, we're interested in lithic interrelations in the context of urban environments. And this current and evolving body of work has the title Erratic Drift. I saw lots of overlaps, I think, with Alexandra's presentation this morning. Both Guddling About and Erratic Drift are underpinned by shared principles. They're both informed by some of the same critical thinking and are carried out using similar approaches and practices. For instance, our practice with both water and rocks hinges around an evolving set of actions, which we call micro-performances, which are documented and disseminated through a set of performance scores. But what I'm going to be sharing today at the request of the program or the symposium organisers is the older project, Guddling About. So this is the work with water. This presentation draws on an article I published in Geohumanities Journal with edits and updates reflecting changes and reorientations in our thinking, references and practices. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity of the symposium organisers to revisit this work and to rethink it again. I should say at the start of this presentation that I want to clarify that when I use the words we, us or our, I'm referring to Nick and I, so as a collaborative duo, unless I say otherwise. Let's start with the word guddling. Does anyone here know a definition of guddling? Cheating. He's not allowed. Okay. Guddle is to mess about. It's to act in an undirected, intuitive way. Guddling can be playful. It's a somatic practice, tactile, aural, olfactory. Guddling also has watery connotations. A second definition of the word is to catch fish by hand by groping under banks and rocks and rivers where they lurk. And guddling is onomatopoeic. It sounds watery, evoking the noise of water running over stones or when agitated by hand. As a noun, to be in a guddle, the word means to be in a muddle, a state of confusion or entanglement. Guddling connotes the ludic, the haptic, a form of unassuming and improvisatory activity, a form of not knowing. Guddle is a Scots language word. It's a word that's in my everyday vocabulary and my memories. I can hear my mum's voice. Stop guddling about, Minty. Guddling situates me. It tethers me loosely to a place, time and culture. As I hope will become apparent, guddling seems a very apt word for our practice. Two, more than human performance. Our practice hinges around what we describe as more than human performance. Performance in this figuration is something that humans and other than humans do, and do together in ways that are entangled, complex, asymmetric, and always in flux. In our more than human performance practice, we try to negotiate these entanglements attentively. We might consider our practice as an art of imminent attention, to borrow Isabel Stenger's phrase, or as an attempt to attune ourselves as mortal critters entwined in myriad unfinished configurations of places, times, matters, meanings, in Donna Haraway's words. We do this in the context of unfolding ecological crisis and human-induced climate change. Our more than human performance practice is our attempt to address and tinker with ecological ruptures, as the brief for today's symposium puts it. Performance, of course, is always already more than human. While Western or Global North performance traditions, with their broadly humanist underpinnings, have tended to focus on the words and actions of human protagonists, this is not necessarily the case among indigenous peoples and other global minority cultures where binaries of animate, inanimate, and human, non-human do not adhere. For instance, performance scholar Margaret Weddy writes of a Maori practice of acknowledging the active role of the location where a performance will take place. She quotes Maori theatre practitioner Migamaro Rairina, who says, "The walls and the floors are the ears and the eyes. You make sure they're happy with your performance." So, performance is always already more than human, and we humans are also already more than human. As Astrida Nemanis puts it, we as bodies do not sit atop or apart from the entanglement of the material world. We are consistently pulled out of our place of privilege by our symbiotic relationality to other bodies. Or in Jane Bennett's words, there was never a time when human agency was anything other than an interfolding network of humanity and non-humanity. Or, as Stacey Alemo attests in her conception of transcorporeality, the human body is never a rigidly enclosed, protected entity, but is vulnerable to the substances and flows of its environments, which may include industrial environments and their social/ecological forces. Framing our practice as more than human performance, we believe, compels us to attend to both the radical possibilities of recognizing our more than humanity and to our enduring entrapment and implication in a human exceptionalist worldview, the legacy of the humanist traditions in which we're immersed. The radical possibilities of more than human performance lie in foregrounding our more than humanity. This means, as Karen Barad proposes, that we, but not only we humans, are always already responsible to the others with whom or with which we're entangled, not through conscious intent, but through the various ontological entanglements that materiality entails. That is, responsibility is not a matter of choice, nor is it meant in the sense of taking responsibility for the climate or for other non-human animals and things, which would reinstate human exceptionalism. Rather, responsibility entails being response-able, able to be responsive. It means, in Barad's words, to be capable of meeting each moment, being alive to the possibilities of becoming. So, how do we try to do this? What does this mean in practice? 3, micro-performance. Guddling about hinges around an evolving suite of actions which we call micro-performances. Each micro-performance is devised in response to the particular watery context in which we're working. In devising the Guddling micro-performances, we typically spend time in each location, observing how water appears, moves and disperses, and the local characteristics of human-water interaction. Often we meet and speak to human residents and experts about their relationships with water. However, while each Guddling performance is context-specific, we also repeat and adapt aspects of the performances. Actions and elements may recur in each iteration of the work, in each new locale. This process of repetition with difference reflects the commonality of human-water interrelations, while responding to the unique conditions in each location. Our approach aligns with Astrida Nemanis's call for an acknowledgement of, to quote, our joint implication within a hydrocommons, alongside a need to recognise that, quoting again, living ecology demands more attention to difference, and any theory on the relationality of bodies of water must readily answer this demand. To take an example, we've enacted the micro-performance water meets in several places: Hamburg, Germany, Kuopio, Finland, Madrid, Spain, Devon, England, and Dumfries and Galloway in Scotland. Water meets playfully considers meetings between, within, and among bodies of water, humans, and other things. Meetings that take place on scales from the microbial to the planetary. Each reenactment of water meets shares characteristics with previous iterations, drawing to attention the ubiquity or universality of water's meetings, but also pulling focus to the specific qualities and idiosyncrasies of each aqueous encounter. In each Water Meets performance, we attend to the particular qualities of each meeting between and among waters, humans, and other things. How does water meet with land at the banks of rivers or at the edges of bodies of water? How have humans intervened to shape and control these places and meetings? How has the water resisted or challenged humans' controlling efforts through incidents of flooding or seepage? How easy is it for humans to meet with water in waterside environments that are modified and regulated by humans? Which waters are we humans happy to meet? And how do we feel about touching or drinking water in different contexts? And what might be the consequences of our intimate meetings with water? Four, play, folly, and futility. The guddling micro-performances that we devise for actions to be performed by humans, watery entities, and other non-human things are generally simple-seeming, playful, and modest in scale. They may appear foolish or futile, but we undertake them in earnest as attempts to attend to human-water interrelations at a specific time and place. We perform foolish actions which do not appear to conform to the routine, taken for granted behaviours of human adults within late capitalist systems with serious intent. We think that this ludic but sincere approach that we adopt is a tactic for puncturing human exceptionalist arrogance and questioning solutions-based approaches to climate crisis. An acknowledgement that we humans shouldn't immediately know what to do, as Timothy Morton proposes. It is, we think, a response to the absurdity and bewilderment of our situation, immersed in Western humanist ideologies while striving to be more than human, conscious of the looming threat of mass extinction while trying to remain attentive and response-able, trying to stay with the trouble, to borrow Donna Haraway's deservingly much-cited phrase. We also see our playful guddling approach as a counter to some more direct, didactic or moralistic eco-art and activist approaches, where calls to address specific environmental issues can serve to reinstate human exceptionalist positions of accountability and blame. As Timothy Morton argues, the preachy tone of some ecological arts practice and writing, which points the finger at humanity for instigating environmental crisis, can simply be met with resistance or induce feelings of guilt and powerlessness that result in inaction. 5, performance scores. Performance scores already have been mentioned today, but performance scores, instructional text describing each action, are, alongside the micro-performances themselves, the other foundational component of our guddling practice. Some of the performance scores preceded the performed actions they describe, some were written after we'd carried out the actions, and some have subsequently been rewritten, modified in response to different situations. The scores are intended to be physically enacted, or imagined, or both. The scores are open source. We offer them freely to be performed and adapted by any human and other than human collaborators. Some scores are speculative, suggesting imaginative scenarios and possibilities for interactions with the other than human. In the case of guddling about, specifically for interactions with water. Our use of performance scores owes a significant debt to the event scores of the Fluxus artists, again, previously been cited today. Fluxus, a loose grouping of artists active predominantly during the 1960s and 1970s. One of their most significant and influential legacies, arguably, is a collection of event scores many of which have been published as the Fluxus Performance Workbook. The event scores comprise a collection of instructions for actions that often appear oblique or absurd. As is the case in many of the Fluxus artist scores, the language we use is concise and instructional. Our scores, like those of the Fluxus artists, are propositions for actions that are playful or absurd, and which rarely have any use value, nor any quantifiable human purpose. Some of our scores stretch the limits of human capabilities or are impossible for humans to physically enact. This is a characteristic shared with several Fluxus scores. Our use of performance scores also identifies and builds on some characteristics of some Fluxus event scores where the intended protagonists appear to be other than human. For example, George Brecht's performance score, 3 aqueous events. Our performance scores may be performed one time only, or repeated, refined, rewritten, adapted, or rejected in different contexts. As I previously proposed, this repetition with difference calls to attention the unique material, temporal, and cultural conditions of each performance context, but also the sense of what is shared across times, spaces, and materialities. It prompts us to attend to our interconnectivity, but also to recognize differences and inequalities. This is a performance score for a micro-performance we call water circle. So, for example, in the micro-performance water circle, we invite human participants to stand in a circle and to pass water cupped in their hands around that circle. The water is from a water source, which might be a fountain, river, puddle, water tap, or something else. On several occasions when we've worked with this score, the human participants have opted not to pass the water from hand to hand, considering it unsafe to touch, or too precious a resource to waste in a playful and pointless activity. The score, performed in different contexts, draws attention to the distinctive conditions of human-water interrelations in diverse locations and situations, as well as to human shared dependency on water and shared identity as watery bodies. 6. Collaboration, animism, anthropomorphism, and agency. One of the first scuttling actions that we devised and performed was water borrow. This is the performance score. Visit as many of the tributaries of the Bow River as possible. Ask each tributary you visit for permission to borrow some water. If you feel permission has been granted, carefully take a pailful of water. Remember to thank the river or creek for the water. We describe this first iteration of the micro-performance water borrow as being made in collaboration with the Bow River and its tributaries. This idea of more than human collaboration is pivotal to our practice. But what's at stake in claiming to collaborate with a river? Why do we describe our creative interactions with rivers, lakes, drains, puddles, buckets, and sewage works as collaborations? While it is our practice to make a spoken invitation to the water or the other non-human things that we wish to work with, we don't believe that they can understand or reply, at least not in language that we can comprehend. What, after all, is consent to a canal, a creek, or a waterfall? So what then does our use of this term collaboration afford in respect of negotiating and understanding our entangled, asymmetric, and arguably non-consensual interrelations with aqueous and other non-human entities and matter? For us, describing the other than human participants in the micro-performances as collaborators acknowledges their agency and vitality. It signals a decentering of humans from creative processes. It's a tactic for unsettling anthropocentric hierarchies that persist in practices underpinned by Western humanism. labeling the entangled agencies of more than human performance as collaboration makes a gesture towards communication beyond the human, while also perhaps simultaneously recognizing its failure. We consider it to be a form of what Jane Bennett has described as strategic anthropomorphism. For Bennett and for us, anthropomorphizing, with all its attendant questions, may be a generative tactic. It may be a strategy through which we, who have inherited Western humanist belief systems that divide the world into categories of animate or inanimate, human or non-human, can use to acknowledge and attend to the vitality of the other than human. Our strategic anthropomorphism enables us to confront the impossibility of understanding or communicating with the other than human, while opening ourselves up to the sensory and affective impact of trying to do so. Our more than human collaborative practice is also an attempt to align ourselves with other worldviews that recognize the inherent animism of all matter. This animism, as science philosopher Isabel Stenger attests, has been derided, compartmentalized, erased, and dismissed from proper Western scientific and rationalist thinking. Returning to the micro-performance Waterborrow. Our first iteration of Waterborrow in Canada in 2013 was inspired by learning about the Mother Earth Water Walk. The Mother Earth Water Walk was initiated in 2003 by two Anishinaabe women who walked around the perimeter of Lake Superior in central North America to raise awareness of water pollution and to campaign for improved water conditions in the areas where First Nations people live. Yearly water walks subsequently took place around the other Great Lakes in North America, and the campaign continues. The situation with water has not improved. The water walkers draw on Indigenous practices where, as we understand it, the preciousness of water is acknowledged through ritual, and permission is always sought before any water is extracted from a river or lake. Conscious and wary of the potential for glib or arrogant cultural appropriation, we wondered what we might learn through adopting what we understood as an animist and heedful attitude towards water. We felt somewhat supported in our adoption of Indigenous practice by the words of Sisseton Wapeton Oyati scholar Kim Tallbear, who reminds us, to quote, that Indigenous standpoints confound the Western animacy hierarchy. Academic conversations will benefit from Indigenous standpoints that never forgot the interrelatedness of all things. Deborah Bird-Rose has also argued that forms of animism can offer productive counters to Western ideologies, unsettling the Western dualisms of nature, culture, or human non-human, which separate humanity from other life systems, and which support humans' treatment of the biosphere as a resource for their exploitation. We wondered how it would feel and what we might discover by trying to approach the other than human in a way that we found inspiring and potentially paradigm shifting, but that our cultural backgrounds inclined us to consider as somewhat foolish and awkward. In Alberta, Canada, we visited some of the tributaries that join the Bow River as it travels from its source, Bow Glacier in the Rocky Mountains, towards the city of Calgary. We greeted the rivers and creeks we visited. Hello, Coral Creek. Nice to meet you. We felt a little self-conscious, urban Scots, alluding to what we understood to be the practices of Indigenous peoples in Canada. But we tried to adopt a tone that felt open and respectful to Anishinaabe traditions and authentic to us, playful yet sincere. We asked each creek if we could borrow some of its water. We paused and listened, aware of how attentive we were to the sounds of the water, the air temperature, the smells and textures of the rocks and trees bordering the rivers and creeks, the presence of other animate life, and the human interventions that had shaped these watercourses. After a few minutes, we stooped and scooped up some water from the creek in a bucket. we thank the creek. Our strategic anthropomorphism here, we believe, shifted our habitual and culturally learned relationships with rivers and other non-human entities, at least momentarily. Anthropomorphizing, or assuming an animist worldview, helped us to become more attentive to the other than human matter, such as water, which surrounded us and which constitutes us. It allowed us to engage seriously and sensorially with the idea that stuff that is not human, like water, has vitality, force, and an agency. It urged us to consider whether rivers, water, and other non-human things might be seen to have rights. But anthropomorphizing also turned us back towards our ingrained human exceptionalism. In speaking and listening to water, we treated it as if it were human. We cast it in our likeness. Our strategic anthropomorphism made manifest the paradoxes of our more than human practice. It compelled us to confront our sense of ourselves as sovereign human subjects who had the power to exercise agency over non-human matter. Simultaneously, it functioned as a tactic that altered how we typically interact with other than human stuff, unsettling our taken for granted behaviour. We asked sincerely for permission to borrow some water, and we listened attentively for a response, feeling a shift in our interrelations with the rivers and creeks, an awareness that, as Isabel Stengers puts it, our senses are not for detached cognition, but for participation, for sharing the metamorphic capacity of things that lure us. But our requests for permission to borrow water were also uttered in the belief that the question is meaningless to a river, and in the knowledge that even if it did reply, we would neither understand nor heed its response. We've explored the contradictions and complexities of collaboration and related issues of agency in other Guddling About micro-performances, such as water carry. This is a score for the first iteration of water carry. Scoop water from the Bow River with cupped hands. Carry the water in your hands as far as possible from the river. Stop when there's no water left in your hands. We've since performed water carry in numerous places, rewriting the score in response to each specific context, as well as writing a generic version. In water carry, the water can perhaps be described with greater agency than in water borrow. The agency of the water in water carry might be detected in its determination of the length of each performance. The performance ends when all the water has trickled through our fingers. The water's agency here is, of course, not independent, but entangled within a shifting network of human and other than human stuff. It's part of a agential assemblage or assemblage, following Jane Bennett, Tim Ingold, Bruno Latour, and others. In an assemblage, agency does not reside with a particular component, but is unstably and asymmetrically dispersed among human and other than human matter than things. In the case of water carry, the agential assemblage includes steep stony riverbanks, railings, stairways, roads, and traffic, which presented obstacles and made it difficult for us to hold on to the water. Or in one instance, some silt from the bed of the Bow River that made seals between our fingers, allowing us to carry the water a surprising distance as they were almost glued together. So each iteration of water carry prompts us to attend to the shifts and surges, the coalescing and dispersing of forces and energies in each agential assemblage, assemblage, in each specific context. In a more poetic register, we like to think of the agency that the water has in writing its own parallel performance scores. In the trails of drips left on the ground in the course of each water carry, another form of performance score. We have also explored, or guddled with, notions of agency and collaboration by shifting the subject position of the performance scores. Water, once known as the Bow River, makes cups of human hands. finds gaps between fingers, trickles through, marks riverside boulders, shingle, hard-baked earth, concrete sidewalks and roads, becomes vapour in the heat of the sun. This is a version of the water carry score written with the water as the subject or instigator of the micro-performance. But switching subject positions may be a provocative and evocative exercise that gestures towards the agency and animism of the water. However, it also, once again, turns us back to the paradox of more than human performance, where efforts to acknowledge the vitality of the other than human are constrained within human societal and cultural structures and systems, such as language. Seven, weak performance. Weak performance is a category of theatre and performance proposed by my colleague, Carol Lavery. Following Gianni Vattimo's notion of weak thought, a way of thinking that willingly opens itself to further interpretation and dialogue, weak performance is intended to offer a challenge to the anthropocentrism of much theatre and performance. And, excuse me, and certainly theatre and performance within European and Anglophone traditions, which typically place humans and humanist thinking at their core. The attempts to decenter humans and to acknowledge the agency of the other than human that are pivotal to our work aligns our practice with weak performance. Godling is, I would contend, exemplary of a weak approach in its embrace of improvisation, irresolution, and uncertainty, its opposition to solutions-based thinking and practice, its valorization of not knowing. Godling, to quote Lavery, troubles notions of mastery and intentionality to remain hypothetical and suspensive. The second manifesto we've had today as well. So to conclude, I'd like to offer some statements about our current understanding of Godling as an evolving ecological practice and its relationship to other congruent theories and practices. The statement might be considered as a weak manifesto for our weak performance practice. Our weak manifesto, in contrast to typical manifestos, does not constitute a collection of unequivocal position statements, nor does it advocate for particular ways of behaving or outline an action plan. It's not a statement of human intent, which would assume human exceptionalism, but instead foregrounds the conditionality and provisionality, the weakness of Godling's value and claims. Godling is not heroic, spectacular, or ostentatious. Its troubling, in Donna Haraway's terms, does not entail confronting global environmental issues head-on. Nor do the Godling performances necessarily take place in the most hazardous or conflicted watery locations. Godling is contingent. We don't deliberately seek contexts which exemplify water-related environmental issues or where interrelations around water are particularly contentious or dangerous. We often Godle through invitation or respond to watery locations that we encounter by chance. In Godling, we stay with the trouble, in Haraway's words, on a local and personal scale. We negotiate the entanglements, paradoxes, antagonisms of living and dying in a more than human universe through being responsible within our proximate environs, while acknowledging our joint implication with the hydrocommons, as Frida Neymanis puts it. Godling is a gentle agitation of water, not a violent stirring or splashing. In Godling, we do not disturb the water as a demonstrative action or to make a commotion. We unsettle the water in an effort to experience what lies beneath its surface, to feel its texture and temperature. In Guddling, the extensive planning involved negotiations and often considerable physical effort required to realise the work is masked by the modesty and apparent slightness of many of the public performances. We don't provide explanations, detailed contextual information, or accounts of our process to accompany the micro-performances. We hope that those who witness and/or participate in our performances may be intrigued by the seemingly simple, apparently pointless, and slightly idiosyncratic actions, prompting them to ask questions and make their own interpretations. Guddling is not insistent, didactic, or directive. It's an invitation to engage in small poetic acts, which we hope might encourage attentiveness towards the complexity, interconnectivity, and flux in the more than human world. Guddling is playful. While each Guddling performance is undertaken with commitment and in earnest, levity and humour underpin our practice and ethos. Our ludic but sincere approach is a response to our situation, immersed in Western humanist ideologies while striving to be more than human. It's a response to our bewilderment at living in an era of human-induced climate change, conscious of the looming threat of mass extinction, while trying to remain attentive and response-able. It's a tactic for puncturing the human exceptionalist arrogance of solutions-based approaches to ecological crisis. Our playfulness and embrace of the absurd, futile, or useless, as Timothy Morton puts it, offers an alternative to some more dogmatic forms of eco-art and activism. In Guddling, we try to keep different modes of being of and with the human and other than human in play. As Karen Barad and Jane Bennett urge, we endeavour and attend to our enmeshment in a more than human universe at particulate or even submolecular scales, while also remaining attentive to our entanglement in social, political, and cultural systems and structures. We try to remain response-able on multiple levels. Guddling about is weak performance. Weak performance is not giving in to despondency or nihilism, to quote Karl Lavery, but an attempt to develop a performance practice that does not replicate or reinforce human hubris, particularly when addressing environmental issues. In Guddling, our approach is questioning, our discoveries conditional and tentative. We try to embrace the confusion, irresolution, contradictions, and entanglements of living and dying in a more than human universe. What else can we do? We continue to guddle about. Thank you.
Thank you, Minty, for your presentation. And it's really a gentle and very thoughtful manifesto video. So thank you. So we can open the questions to the floor, but maybe I can begin with a following question. That I just wonder that throughout your practice with your artistic practice with the somehow large-scaled water bodies, how that affect your daily habits or your daily perception of water, such as maybe a bottle of drinking water or the water from the tap. Did your artistic practice somehow affect you in that micro way?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, it does, but I would have to be honest and say not every moment. I was obviously very aware today of drinking quite a lot of water as I made my way through the talk. It certainly I think it's made me more attentive and more observant of water, mostly in a very kind of everyday scale. So, you know, I may have sort of had a sense of where the puddles gather where I live, but now I really know where all the puddles gather. I notice when I travel, I'm much more attentive to how I feel as a watery body. Nick and I work quite a lot between Scotland and Madrid in Spain, and climatically those are not quite polar opposites, but they're very, very different. So Glasgow is very, very humid. I think it's one of the rainiest places in Europe, and even if it's not raining, there's a huge amount of humidity. Whereas in Madrid, it's very dry, and I really kind of almost feel as a watery body how different I am in those places. So again, I guess it's difficult to make a claim for those small acts and how they scale up, and I'm not really trying to do that. But I think probably the practice has made me, and I don't know whether Nick wants to add anything to that, but
yeah, I mean very similar, but it's it affects your everyday, definitely. Yeah, no, I find that it does affect your everyday interaction with water massively, but mainly because I'm always looking for the water in any situation, and also thinking, we've done a lot of work with infrastructure, water infrastructure, so I'm always thinking about how that water has been manipulated, has travelled, has been used to get to whatever point it is that I'm encountering it.
Thank you. Any questions from
thank you. We're running out of microphones.
Well, thank you very much. That was lovely. This is going to sound much more hostile than I mean it to, but I don't know what else to do with it. When in playing around with the indigenous protocols in Canada, I'm sure you've had this question before. In playing around with the indigenous protocols of asking the river for permission in Canada, you said you approached it with a sensitive mode, but yet by your own admission, you're not equipped to understand the nature of the questioning that you're doing, or equipped to understand the response in any way. I mean, I think this just strikes me as deeply problematic. I've got a nicer question to you. I was also surprised, so you've got a lot of the micro performances at one scale, and H2O was a kind of ubiquitous abstracting of the other, but water is always already culturally loaded and specific. And so why would one need to go to Canada when one could actually search for vernaculars around water in Glasgow, the west of Scotland? I was struck by, there was a photograph of a wet pavement, and even if you took the buildings away, I could tell you that's probably from somewhere in the west of Scotland, or like Belfast, where I'm from. There's a particular kind of puddling on the pavement, and there are, so many words for rain,
yes.
Dozens. So is that sort of medium layer of the cultural specificity of water, which I was interested to hear more about.
Thank you. Yes, it's not the first time that we've been asked that question, and it is still a question that I think we both tussle with a lot about the question around cultural appropriation, and whether it is okay for us to try to learn from a culture that I'm not familiar with. I think one of the points in the manifesto maybe sort of answers your other question about why did we do it in Canada. We all say that what we do is contingent. We were invited to Canada to work with with the City of Calgary's Water Services Department. And that was really early on in the water practice. So I think we're always guddling. We're always trying to kind of work things out, and we kind of get it wrong sometimes as well. So to be honest, I'd never thought about that idea that you might somehow engage with water through speaking to it, or that kind of idea of asking permission and that reciprocity. I mean, since doing this first, which was now 10 years ago, I've obviously read a lot more about it and rethought it and wondered whether to take it out of our practice. But I also kind of hope that it's being done in a spirit that it's really not trying to be extractive. It's trying to go, I'm trying to be kind of a bit humble here. What can I learn? I never thought about that. Goodness, that's a really interesting idea, and it's changed a bit about how I feel about water, and maybe extended my narrow Western humanist. But I know there were people who go like, no, you just can't, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. And that's absolutely, I understand why some people might say that. We have worked in Scotland as well. There's something about the kind of slightly making strange. I never really noticed quite how humid and wet the west of Scotland and Ireland is until I spent time in Madrid. And that sounds a bit stupid, but maybe I'm just a bit dense or thick, to use a Scottish term. Maybe I don't notice. I don't notice what's around me until I maybe go somewhere else. I don't know if that's yeah. Oh, okay.
Thanks for this question, because it's something that I'm grappling a lot with my own work. Working in Europe,
yeah.
Is that cultural appropriation? I think there's a huge difference between, the kind of cultural appropriation that we see in Germany, where kids still play Indian in kindergarten, and that's acceptable, and trying to adopt practices for environmental restoration and another way of living. There's an interesting passage in Green Sweetgrass where Robin talks about her own kind of hesitation for practicing the Thanksgiving address. I'm just going to read this short passage from there. When I asked undoubtedly people are minds about it, he gave his signature slightly amused smile and said, of course you should write and think and practice it. It's supposed to be shared, otherwise how can it work? We've been waiting 500 years for people to listen. If they understood the Thanksgiving then, we wouldn't be in this mess. So I think there's a lot to be said for that. There's also, what Zoe talks about, the politics of citation. To cite practices, not only in text, but also in these micro-performative gestures. I see this as a form of citation rather than cultural appropriation. Maybe I'm stepping out on a limb here, but it's something that I think we need to somehow come to terms with, rather than reject the practices in fear of misappropriation.
Thank you. That's better put than I did. But yeah, that's very much it. I think we would see it as a citational. Well, what can we learn? What can we learn through this? Not what we can take. I mean, we don't. Well, I suppose we gain certain kudos by being artists, but yeah, what can I learn through other ways of behaving and performing?
You hold it a little bit further. So thank you for this wonderful presentation. The pseudo-whole process when you're presenting it, that kind of reminds me what Adorno writes in his critique of enlightenment. Basically, through enlightenment, we have removed agency or purpose or subjectivity from the nature and given all to humans. So nature now becomes objective. And that is why, in Western civilization, we have this duality between subjectivity and objectivity. And then coming back to the question of cultural appropriation, I think there are a lot of, even sometimes, nowadays is a really dominant discourse talking about cultural appropriation, but then at the same time, we also try to decolonize, to de-Eurocentrism, but then how could we actually do it without learning about other cultures? And also from a different perspective, that I grew up in China, our whole education was so westernized. Were we not culturally appropriating the whole Western idea of enlightenment or capitalism and everything else? And so, yeah, that's probably, that's what I get from your presentation. Maybe it's not really a question, possibly just a comment. Yeah.
Thank you, that's a great comment. Yeah, yeah.
Hello, okay. Thank you very much for the really poetic presentation. I think I really liked your discussion of governing that as a form of weak performance or as a form of micro-performance, which I think through its non-didactic nature and sort of ephemeral fluid nature works against the sort of societal process of trying to evaluate everything based on its education or based on its entertainment or financial value. And I think, from my understanding, it seems almost to be an invitation to play, which you issue for so many sort of other people as shown in your photographs. And I think I get a relatively clear understanding of your positionality within this through the manifesto, but I wonder how have people across sort of different geographies and different settings responded to these invitations to play? What are some of the perhaps noteworthy or interesting narratives or stories that you might have encountered through this process?
Thank you very much. That's a great question. I think, first of all, I think the invitation to play, I can't think of anywhere where people have really not taken it up. This is kind of pretty anecdotal, really, I guess, just based on observation. Some of the work we've been doing in Spain, people do seem to be more eager, I think, to participate. Interestingly, we did some work with some Colombian students at a school, and they were completely not interested in the whole idea of talking to water. That just seemed really, really stupid to them. And I'm not an expert on Colombia's cultural relations with water by any means, but I have a sense that historically there are indigenous practices that maybe are a bit more akin to that idea. But these kids in urban Madrid were just like, oh, that's just really stupid. No, we're not doing that. Whereas most people maybe, albeit a little bit nervously, will do it. The water circle we've used a lot with in groups, maybe working with professionals who work in water engineering or water management, and it's a way of bringing the actual thing, the material of water, into the room. And what does that actually do? Taking it away from the abstraction of H2O in a way. I'm not sure I've answered your question. Was there anything else? Next guy wants to
say something about this. This photo of the kids looking at the water dribbling down. So they didn't take to the idea that you could talk to water, but they certainly took to the idea of watching water do what it does. So another script is water pour, and that's an example of water pour. But I was thinking also of times that we've worked, as Minty was saying, in infrastructure places. And I think there was at least one photograph there of a sewage works where in Kuopio in Finland. And we did a performance in the freshwater works and a performance in the sewage works. And what we did was, you saw there was some ice that was made into pipes and tubes, and the ice in the freshwater one was taken from the wastewater one, and vice versa. And so there was a really interesting dynamic there between the workers and these forms of water that were now within their site, because they were the opposite of what they were doing, what they were trying to do, to have dirty water in the clean water site, vice versa. So they really got into that. That was definitely play as far as they were concerned, because it wasn't something that was actually challenging what was going on, but it was something that was making them think a lot about the categories of cleanliness and uncleanliness. And strangely enough, that water system was completely linked, because the processed water went back into the lake that the fresh water came out of.
Yes, there's a famous Scottish sociologist and philosopher.
Sorry, I can't.
There's a famous Scottish sociologist and philosopher, moral philosopher, who defines practices in a very specific teleological manner, which is very different from the kind of practice turn that we've had in academia since. And my question is, how much residue of that kind of cultivation of habits of mind within that specific teleological understanding of practices infects your description and pursuits?
Thank you, thanks very much. I think when we use practice, we are really thinking about an arts practice, but practicing obviously is a word that means, you know, you keep trying things, maybe you try them to get better, or you practice them to become more sensitive to matter and materials, places, situations. They're a way of sort of attuning yourself or attending to surroundings. And they are, and I think maybe to talk to the definition of practice that you were working with is they maybe do change how we practice in our everyday life to an extent, as I think is the first question. To an extent, I couldn't say I couldn't put my hand in my heart and go, I'm really aware of the water in my body and how I interact with water all the time. So I think there probably is a little bit of a blurring there between art practice and that kind of the practice of everyday life. And there's also something there about practice as a form of ritual, so practicing certain rites and so on. So there's a sense of practicing as being a kind of, I've sort of maybe in a slightly throwaway described it as sort of keeping the faith, keeping doing stuff, keeping acting, keeping performing, keeping practicing. Yeah, I'm not sure that answers entirely, but I'll think more about that one.
Hi, Nikki. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very interesting. I have one feedback and one critique. So I really like the micro performance, the gargling with water, as an example of the kind of anti-matrix, anti-solution oriented environmental actions. I actually have an ethnographic example that could attest to it. So I lived with, when I was studying people's sustainability practice in Hong Kong in a green living community. So one of the example of, he would call himself like a green activist. So one of the example of sustainable living, what he did was he reused an old water bottle, a plastic one, and he pieced a few holes at the bottle, and he fills up water from, and he shows people this is how little water you need. So in his kind of education base, there's no boiling water fix. So that is because he wants to demonstrate to people that that's how little water you need and how wasteful our everyday behavior. So this is, I guess, an example of your micro performance of gargling with water. It doesn't, I mean, in terms of scale, in terms of impact, it probably doesn't do much, but as an education tool, I think it's very valuable. So I like that part. The critique that I have, which is something I've already said earlier in the morning, is I still find the idea of consent deeply problematic and actually very much anthropocentric and within the kind of Western humanism framework. The reason is that, okay, I think there are two ways to look at it, right? So I think for consent to work, it has to go both ways. So we ask the river or wherever we could take it, and then it has to, I mean, for it to work, it has to give us some kind of response. And then, but if regardless of what we hear or what response it is, we still go ahead to take the water, then to me that's anti-consent. That doesn't work at all. And the other way of thinking about consent is if human needs to ask nature for consent of extracting things from nature for us to use, then perhaps nature also needs to ask us. And I was thinking about the flood we had in Scotland a few weeks ago, right? So nature also sometimes cross the boundaries of the human space without asking consent. So that's just one way to thinking about consent. The second reason why I find the idea of consent, using it as an example or a mechanism of transcending anthropocentrism, is deeply problematic because consent only works when both sides are on a more or less equal power, like in terms of power, more or less have the same power like space. I often tell my students who have to go to the field to do field work with so-called human subject, they have to do the ethics form, and then they ask me, oh, so how do I ask for consent? Do they have to sign this paper? And I always tell them that even if they sign the paper, even if they say that, yes, I consent to give this interview, it doesn't, like, that's not the full story, right? Sometimes if you are a researcher from the West, you go to, in the field, you interview people and they say, yes, sure, like they may not understand the full implications of the research. So I think consent itself is a very Western way of thinking of coming to terms with, like coming into agreement. But I think there's probably better, maybe gratitude is a better way of thinking about our relationship with nature. I don't know, I don't have an alternative. I just find consent deeply. I would rather go to the river and say, I'm so thankful for you, what you have for us, than asking, can I get something from you? Because it can't respond.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that discomfort around consent and the acknowledgement that our practice is non-consensual. I use that term, we assume it's non-consensual. We don't actually know. The river might have consented, I don't know. But it's trying to kind of, our practice is not about education. It's not about showing how little water we should use or be pedagogical in that sense. It's a very personal, I guess, exploration of these contradictions. So I don't, I take water every day. I've been, as I said, I've been glugging it down my throat all day, and I've been, just turn the tap on. So in a way, asking for consent is deliberately provocative. It's deliberately, there's a sort of, as somebody once said, is your work a kind of trickster thing? And that's not a term I really know enough about, but it's trying to not brush away the contradictions that I have and that I've grown up with, trying to kind of learn and complicate with them, but stay with those sort of abrasions. So actually, using the word consent, I totally agree. It is a very anthropocentric word, and I'm not sure how much we will use. We've started using it fairly recently, but it's like, well, what is consent to a river or a rock? What happens? What happens if you ask that? It generates a conversation like this for a start. But yeah, so I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think we're trying to sit with those complications and those contradictions and those antagonisms in Guddling. So I've said it's all very playful and but there is, in the weakness, I hope there is a sort of grit or difficulty there that I don't want, and it comes again, some of the issues around cultural appropriation. How do we do this? How do we blunder and make mistakes and try to learn from that? It's probably it is very late, and thank you. And my brain is packed in. I don't know about anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I know it's very late, and everyone needs a drink. Yes. So thank you so much for all our speakers for their contributions, and I know we have a lot of ideas and questions in mind to think about and practice with in the future. And I hope it's not a one-off event, but the conversations between all speakers and the participants today can continue in one way or another. And we can always catch each other in the reception for more conversations. So thank you all for coming today.